Here's an intro you can drop straight into the video ban. I know every horror channel says this, but I am not sending this story for views or clicks. I am sending it because I need someone else to know what happened in that house, above that room, while we were all pretending to feel safe under Christmas lights. Back then, I was 19, half asleep on the couch in a quiet Texas suburb, letting some dumb Netflix movie play in the background while my little sister slept upstairs. The house sounded like any house at night in winter. The low hum of the heater through the vents, the fridge kicking on and off in the kitchen, a car rolling past outside every few minutes. Nothing special, nothing cinematic. The only thing that made that night different from the others was a cheap white baby monitor sitting on the coffee table in front of me. I thought it was glitching at first. A little static, a little crackle in the speaker, just enough to be annoying. Then I muted the TV and listened closer. That static started to sound a lot like someone trying not to be heard. What I am about to tell you is exactly how I remember it. At first, it was just static on the baby monitor. Then a voice whispered my name, and a hand wrapped around the bathroom doorframe. 1.1 Suburbs, under Christmas lights. If you pulled up my old street on Google Maps in December, it would look like any other quiet suburb north of Dallas. 2-story houses lined up in neat rows, identical roofs, like someone copied and pasted the same model over and over. Every driveway had some version of the same scene: an SUV or pickup truck, a plastic storage bin shoved against the garage wall, a bike half fallen over in the grass. By the time it got dark, half the block was glowing. Strings of Christmas lights sagged along gutters. Plastic deer with light-up eyes stood frozen in the yards, and those inflatable snowmen leaned just a little too far forward, like they were about to fall on the sidewalk. Most nights back then started the same way for me. I would be driving home along 380. The highway, a flat black ribbon with clusters of fast food signs floating above it. I knew every gas station by the smell as well as the logo. There was one I stopped at too much. The one with the sticky tile floors and burnt coffee that never got fully rinsed out of the pots. That was my routine. Grab a cup, caffeine heavy enough to keep me awake through late-night study sessions or babysitting, then head back into the neighborhood where the world narrowed down to our cul-de-sacs and Christmas lights. From the outside, our house was just one more variation of the same design. Beige siding, stone veneer around the entryway, a small square of yard out front that my dad pretended he had time to care about. There was a wreath on the door and a string of white icicle lights hanging from the eaves because Mom insisted colored lights looked tacky. But the thing that made it feel like home for me wasn't the outside. It was the way the house greeted you when you stepped in after dark. The faint warmth of the heater, the smell of laundry, and whatever my mom had sprayed on the counters. And that December, the warm, blinking presence of the fake Christmas tree in the living room. Inside, the house had its own map that I could walk with my eyes shut. You came in and immediately hit the open-plan kitchen and living room, the kind of layout that real estate agents call great for entertaining, even though we rarely entertained anyone. The kitchen always smelled like a mix of dish soap and whatever had burned on the bottom of the oven years ago and never quite went away. The refrigerator hummed in the corner like a lazy animal, rattling a bit every time the ice maker coughed. The tan carpet in the living room was permanently faintly damp near the sliding glass door, where rain had seeped in one bad storm and left a ghost of itself. The Christmas tree sat wedged between the TV and the window, a fake green thing my parents dragged down from the attic every year. Up close, you could see the dust caught in the plastic needles. But from the couch, with the room dark and only the tree lit, it almost passed for something alive. The lights were warm white, the ornaments a mix of cheap Walmart balls and a few sentimental pieces we kept pretending not to be attached to. Behind the TV, a nest of tangled black cables wound down to the outlet and the streaming box, the source of Netflix trailers that auto-played at 1 in the morning when you let the remote slide out of your hand. Upstairs, the house changed. The air always felt a little cooler, and the sounds from downstairs were dulled, like you were walking further back into some animal's body where the heartbeat was faint but still there. The hallway was short, just a strip of tan carpet with 3 doors on one side and 2 on the other, and a nightlight plugged in low near the top of the stairs. My mom liked those nightlights. She said they made it easier to check on my little sister without stumbling around in the dark. I think they also made it easier to pretend the shadows between the bedrooms never moved on their own. There were framed photos all along that wall. My brother and me at various awkward ages. My parents on some long-forgotten vacation. Lily as a baby, with a bow too big for her head. If you kept walking straight, you passed the door to the master bedroom, then the bathroom that connected to Lily's room. And above all of that, right in the center of the hallway ceiling, was the square outline of the attic hatch. A white panel with a small metal ring, like an eye that never quite closed. My parents both worked at the same hospital, but rarely on the same shift. My dad did a lot of evenings and overnights in maintenance. My mom bounced between long 12-hour shifts as a nurse and mandatory meetings that always seemed to land on the worst possible days. When I think of them from that time, I mostly picture them in scrubs, or half in and half out of scrubs, hospital ID badges still clipped to their collars. They were always tired in a way that seemed to sink into their bones, always checking the time, the schedule, the next shift. My older brother had escaped before any of this happened. He was 24, living a couple states away, working some tech support job he pretended to hate but never quit. I mostly saw him through a phone screen on FaceTime, his apartment in the background behind him, a different kind of mess than ours. He'd call in to say hi to Lily, pull faces to make her laugh, then vanish back into his own life. Lily was the only one of us who seemed untouched by all that tiredness. She was 3, small and fast, and completely unbothered by the weight hanging on the rest of us. My parents called her their bonus baby, like she was some surprise extra prize at the bottom of a cereal box. She was the only one still fully invested in Santa, the only one who believed the tree in the living room meant magic instead of another thing to put away in January. Because my parents worked so much and my brother was gone, I slid into the role of unofficial babysitter without anyone really asking. I was 19, doing my first year at community college, commuting instead of living in a dorm because it was cheaper and someone needed to be home. Watching Lily became part of the deal. Nights when my mom had a meeting and my dad covered a late shift, it was just me and her and the house. I would get her through bath time, pajamas, stories, then put her down in her small room with its cloud-patterned curtains and too many stuffed animals. And then there was the baby monitor. It was a cheap Amazon model my parents bought when Lily was born. White plastic, a screen barely bigger than a credit card, a tiny speaker that added a thin layer of hiss to everything it picked up. The camera sat mounted high in the corner of her room, a little black eye that could tilt left and right with a soft mechanical whine. The parent unit spent most of its life on our kitchen counter or coffee table, glowing faintly in the dark, the green light blinking when it detected sound. I got used to the sound of it, the way you get used to the hum of your own refrigerator. Lily would stir and mumble. The monitor would send down a little burst of static and soft breaths, and I would glance over without really thinking about it. If she cried for real, I'd hear it. If she was just rolling over, I'd hear that too, and go back to whatever assignment or show I was pretending to focus on. The house felt sealed most of the time. Doors locked, alarm set, front porch light clicking on at dusk, our SUV parked in the driveway like a shield. When the heater kicked on, it filled the rooms with a low, steady white noise that made it easy to forget the outside world existed. But my dad liked to complain that the attic never really cooperated with that illusion. Every couple of weeks, especially when the weather changed, he would cock his head in the hallway and say, "Sounds like we've got raccoons up there again." Sometimes, late at night, I would hear it too. Soft creaks from the ceiling. Not the sharp snap of wood, but the longer, dragging sound of something shifting its weight. My mom always said it was temperature, the house settling. Then she would turn up the TV a little. I didn't think much of it. Old houses make old noises, even if ours wasn't really old. The attic was this abstract space I almost never had to deal with, except when Christmas decorations came down or went back up. It was storage, insulation, wiring. A place for boxes and dust, not for people. There is one small memory that only came back to me clearly after everything else happened. One afternoon, a few weeks before that December, I came home from class in the middle of the day. The house was empty. Both my parents were at work, Lily at daycare. It was quiet in that particular way you only get in the middle of a weekday, the kind of silence that feels almost hollow. I dropped my backpack by the couch and started up the stairs, already thinking about food. When I reached the top of the staircase, I glanced down the hallway and noticed the attic hatch wasn't flush with the ceiling. It was subtle, just a fraction of an inch, but enough to cast a thin shadow along one edge. The metal ring hung a little lower than usual, swaying just enough to catch my eye. I remember pausing there, one foot still on the last step, looking up at that small, uneven gap. For half a second, something in my chest tightened. I thought about pulling the cord, just to see if my dad had left it like that on purpose. I thought about calling him to ask if he'd gone up looking for something. Instead, I reached up, pressed my palm flat against the panel and pushed it back into place until it clicked. The ring stopped swaying. The outline of the hatch became a clean square again. Then I turned away, walked down the hallway, and never mentioned it to anyone. 1.2. The night before. Everything was still normal. The night before everything went wrong did not feel special at all when it started. If you had paused the scene and asked me to pick a moment where my life was about to split into before and after, I would not have chosen that one. It was just another December evening in a house that was too warm, with a kid who was too excited and two parents who were already half out the door in their heads. Lily was doing laps around the living room in fuzzy socks, the kind with tiny rubber dots on the bottom that were supposed to keep her from slipping. They did not. Every few seconds, she would skid a little on the tan carpet and shriek with laughter, dragging a stuffed reindeer by one antler. Its nose had been red once, but now it was more of a brownish smear from the combined chemistry of apple juice and crumbs. The Polar Express was playing on the TV because Lily was in a phase where she wanted the same 3 movies over and over. Tom Hanks's voice rolled through the room in that weird, slightly uncanny way, and the colors from the train glowed across the screen. The Christmas tree lights blinked quietly in the corner, reflected in the sliding glass door like there was a second tree standing outside in the dark. Every time Lily ran past, her outline cut through the reflection, a small shape crossing between inside and outside. My mom was in full scramble mode, moving between the bedroom and the kitchen, like she was trying to work 2 jobs at once, even in her own house. The hospital was throwing its mandatory holiday party, which meant she had to put on something that was not scrubs and pretend she still remembered how to make small talk with people who were not bleeding or yelling. I could hear drawers opening and closing upstairs, hangers clacking, then her footsteps hitting the stairs too fast. "I have nothing to wear," she announced as she came into the kitchen, which I knew for a fact was a lie. She had already tried on at least 3 dresses. Now she was standing there in the 4th, hair half curled, one earring in, one hand holding a mascara wand, and the other patting herself down for her ID badge, like they were going to card her at the door. "You look fine," my dad said, without looking up from his phone. He was leaning against the counter, scrolling through shift coverage texts with his thumb. His hospital ID was already clipped to his belt. His wallet and keys sat on the granite beside him, clinking softly every time he nudged them with his elbow. He had put on a collared shirt, but his shoes were still the same ones he wore to fix leaking pipes and broken bed rails. "Fine is not the goal," my mom snapped, then sighed, catching herself. "Sorry, I am just tired." "You and me both," he said, finally glancing up long enough to give her a small, real smile. For a second, the lines around his eyes softened, and I could picture them before all of this, at some other party in some other decade, without the constant weight of alarms and charting and codes sitting on their shoulders. Lily barreled into my leg, laughing, then bounced off and dragged the reindeer into the kitchen. Mom bent down long enough to kiss the top of her head, careful not to get lipstick on her hair. "You are going to be good for your brother, right?" she said. Lily nodded solemnly, which meant nothing. My dad's eyes slid over to me. "You good?" "I am good," I said. even though no one ever actually defined what that meant. Keep Lily alive. Keep the house standing. Do not let anyone in who knocks after dark. Watch TV, answer texts, pretend you are not listening for every noise. On the counter next to the fruit bowl and a stack of unopened mail sat the baby monitor. The parent unit lay face up, screen dark, the little green power light glowing. Mom picked it up and held it out to me like a relay baton. "Please remember to turn this on when she goes down," she said. "I do not care if you are sitting 10 feet away. Just turn it on." "I know," I said, taking it from her. "I mean it, Noah." Her voice had a small edge to it now, the same one she used when she gave instructions to new nurses. "Things happen. Kids get sick in their sleep. They roll under blankets. You cannot hear everything from downstairs. This is not optional. I got it," I repeated, trying not to roll my eyes hard enough for her to see. Inside, though, the reaction was automatic. I had grown up on warnings and worst-case scenarios. It was like being raised by a set of walking hospital posters. To them, the monitor was just another tool. Blood pressure cuff, thermometer, baby cam. To me, it was a constant crackling reminder that I was on duty. She softened a little. "Thank you," she said, and reached out to squeeze my arm for a second before moving on. The house was settling into its nighttime sounds as they rushed around. The heater kicked on with a dull, metallic click somewhere in the walls, followed a second later by a soft rush of warm air through the vents overhead. You could feel it before you heard it, a subtle change in pressure, the way the air stroked the tiny hairs on your arms. In the kitchen, the refrigerator hummed steadily until the ice maker coughed and spat a few cubes into the tray with a hollow clatter. Outside, a car moved slowly down the street, tires whispering against the asphalt. Headlights slipped through the narrow gap between the curtains and the sliding glass door, washing briefly over the carpet and then climbing the wall, bending across the family photos until they disappeared. Somewhere further away, a dog barked twice and then went quiet. Mom did one last frantic circuit of the house, checking her purse, rummaging for chapstick, making sure the back door was locked. Dad shoved his phone into his pocket, grabbed his keys and wallet in one practice sweep, and shrugged into his jacket. There was a brief traffic jam by the front door, while Mom tried to get her coat on and Lily tried to attach herself to her leg again. "I do not want you to go," Lily said into the fabric of my mom's dress. "It is just for a little while," Mom told her. "You will be asleep. When you wake up, we will be home." She peeled Lily off gently and handed her toward me. I hooked an arm around her middle and hoisted her onto my hip. She was heavier than she looked. "Text if anything seems weird," Dad said, "and set the alarm." "Yes, Dad," I said. When they opened the front door, cold air poured in, sliding along the floor and wrapping around my ankles. It smelled like pavement and distant smoke from someone's fireplace. For a moment, all the warm smells of the house, laundry, pizza, Lily's bubble bath, got pushed back. "Love you," Mom called over her shoulder. "Love you," I said, and Lily echoed it in a smaller, higher voice. Keys jingled as they walked down the front path. The door closed with a solid, familiar thud, and the deadbolt turned with a sound I knew by heart. Through the narrow window beside the door, I watched the porch light lay a yellow triangle on the concrete as they crossed it. Their SUV beeped, lights flashed, and then the engine started. A low growl that faded as they backed out of the driveway. The house did not actually change when they left. The walls did not shift. The layout did not warp. The Christmas tree still blinked in the corner. The Polar Express still played, and Lily still had sticky hands. But the air felt different. The silence that followed the closing of the door had a deeper tone to it, a heavier weight. There is a particular quiet that only appears when you realize you are, technically, the only adult in the building. I carried Lily back into the living room and put her down. She immediately dropped the reindeer and started jumping from one couch cushion to another, inventing a game where the carpet was lava and the coffee table was a safe island. I let her burn off the last of her sugar, while the train on the TV chugged toward the North Pole and my parents' taillights vanished somewhere down the block. After a while, I took our plates and cups into the kitchen. The sink was already half full of dishes from lunch. I turned on the faucet, the water hitting the stainless steel basin with a steady hiss. The heater clicked off upstairs, leaving the air vents whispering out the last of their breath. In the living room, the TV went into some soft musical transition. That was when I heard it. A single, soft thump from above. Not loud, not dramatic, just a muted impact, like someone had put their weight down wrong on a board and it had complained for a second. It came from the ceiling in the general direction of the master bedroom and the upstairs hallway, right where the attic sat, squatting over everything. I froze with my hands in the lukewarm dishwater, listening. The faucet hissed, the fridge hummed. Somewhere a car door closed outside, nothing else. I waited a few more seconds, my heart ticking faster, even though I could not say why. Then I told myself it was the ductwork contracting, or a box settling on some plywood beam. Old wood, temperature changes. The explanations were already there, ready to be used. I shut off the water, wiped my hands on a dish towel, and went back to the living room. The tree lights blinked. The monitor on the counter glowed a steady, patient green. The house felt sealed and ordinary again. I did not look up. 1.3. The little things. You decide not to ask about the night still felt normal when I started Lily's bedtime routine. That is the part that sticks with me. How ordinary it all was. There was no storm outside, no power flicker, no creepy music on the TV, just the quiet choreography of getting a 3-year-old from chaos to sleep. Bath time, I told her, scooping her up off the couch when she started to sag mid-jump. She squealed and tried to wriggle away, clutching her stuffed reindeer by the leg. "No, I am not dirty," she protested. "You smell like mac and cheese and old socks," I said. "You are toxic." She giggled at that, which was good enough. I carried her upstairs. Her fingers hooked into the collar of my t-shirt, her fuzzy socks grazing the wall as we passed the framed photos. The nightlight at the top of the stairs glowed a soft, watery yellow, throwing a low circle on the carpet. The attic hatch sat just above it, a flat, featureless square in the ceiling, quiet and still. The bathroom we used for Lily's baths was the Jack and Jill one between her room and my parents' master bedroom. From the hallway, you went through a door into a narrow space with a sink and a big mirror. Then a short step into a second area with a tub and toilet. On the left wall, there was another door that opened into the master bedroom. When we first moved in, my mom had been excited about it, calling it so convenient. Now she mostly used it to sneak into her room quietly when my dad was asleep. She had a rule about those doors. We keep at least one of them not locked, she always said. Just in case. In case of what? She never quite defined. In case Lily got sick and someone needed to reach her quickly. In case there was a fire. In case of some vague emergency that could be solved by an extra doorway. So the door from the hallway was always closed and latched, but the one between Lily's room and the bathroom usually stayed just cracked, and the one from the bathroom to my parents' room stayed unlocked even when it was shut. I set Lily down on the bath mat and started the faucet. The pipes rattled for a second. Then water rushed into the tub, steaming a little in the cooler air upstairs. The bathroom light was harsh and white, making the grout lines between the tiles look darker than they were. Lily dropped her reindeer on the toilet lid and kicked her socks off, sending them skidding under the vanity. "Bubbles," she demanded. "You are so demanding," I said. But I poured some of the lavender-scented baby wash under the stream anyway. Foam piled up in soft, white mounds, catching the light. The smell filled the small room, strong enough that I could almost taste it at the back of my throat. It was a comfort smell, the kind they probably designed in a lab to make tired parents feel calmer. Once she was in the tub, the water came up to her belly button. She sat down with a sigh and immediately started scooping bubbles into her hands, shaping them into imaginary food and handing them to a line of plastic bath toys on the edge. I knelt on the mat, my jeans soaking up stray splashes. "Is Santa coming tonight?" she asked suddenly. "Not tonight," I said. "He is still getting everything ready. You do not want him to show up early, do you? He will not have your presents yet." She frowned seriously, considering this. "Where does he put the presents?" "Under the tree," I said. "Like always." "But how does he get in?" she insisted. "We do not have a chimney." It was true. Our house had a fake fireplace in the living room, all white mantle and no actual flue. "He is magic," I said, because that was easier than explaining architectural details. "He can open any door." She looked unconvinced. Her gaze slid past me, up toward the ceiling above the tub, where the steam was curling and collecting. "Does Santa go in the attic?" she asked, pointing up with a wet finger. I followed her gesture, even though I knew the attic hatch was not in this room. The ceiling here was just painted drywall and a round vent. The hatch was out in the hallway. Still, something about the question made my skin crawl for half a second. "No," I said. "The attic is boring. He does not care about old boxes and dust." She accepted that with a small nod and went back to trying to drown a rubber duck. I finished washing her hair, water tracing little rivers down her neck. When she was done, I wrapped her in a towel and carried her into her room. The lavender lotion came next, cool on her warm skin, rubbed into her arms and legs while she kicked at the air and made nonsense songs. Her pajamas had cartoon snowmen on them, rounded white bodies and little blue hats. I pulled the shirt over her head and tried not to poke her eyes out with the sleeves, while she laughed and flopped around. When she was finally zipped and buttoned into softness, I lifted her into the crib. The crib was pushed against the wall opposite the bathroom door. My hand skimmed the top of the wooden rail as I lowered her down, feeling the smooth finish and the slight squeak where one of the screws had loosened over time. As she settled, the baby monitor camera in the corner made its tiny, familiar noise. A soft click, followed by a little mechanical whir as it adjusted and centered on her. If you listened closely, you could hear the fan inside the unit, a faint, insect-like buzz. I reached over to the dresser and picked up the parent unit. The screen glowed to life, showing a grainy black and white view of Lily's small body in the crib. Her hair spread messily on the pillow, one arm thrown over the stuffed reindeer she had insisted on bringing to bed. I tapped the side, checked the battery icon, turned the volume up one notch. A soft hiss filled the room, layered over her breathing. Near the floor, plugged into the outlet by the baseboard, the nightlight shaped like a cloud glowed a gentle blue. It cast just enough light to outline the crib bars and the edge of the rug, leaving the upper part of the room in a dim, artificial dusk. The bathroom door was open a few inches, a thin rectangle of even darker space between the frames. Beyond it, the bathroom itself was in full shadow, a blacker patch inside the gray. "Good night, Lily," I said, leaning over the crib and smoothing her hair back from her forehead. "Good night," she murmured, eyes already heavy. For a moment, everything felt, if not peaceful, then at least arranged. Tree lights blinking downstairs, laundry humming quietly in the machine, my parents on their way to a party, my little sister in clean pajamas under the soft glow of a cloud. Then Lily's gaze drifted past my shoulder. Her eyes were half-lidded, lashes clumped a little from bath water, but they focused on something above and beyond me. Slowly, without the kind of suddenness that would have made me jump, she turned her head toward the ceiling, toward the direction of the bathroom door and whatever lay beyond it. "He is noisy," she said quietly. Her voice was sticky with sleep, consonants blurred. It sounded almost like, "He ish noisy," the words churning together. "Who?" I asked automatically, glancing up. The ceiling looked the same, flat, off-white, ring of faint shadow where the overhead light fixture sat. She did not answer. Her eyes were still pointed toward the darkness over the bathroom doorway for a few seconds. Then they slid closed again. Her mouth fell open a little, her breathing slowing. "Daddy?" I tried, because that seemed like the most logical option. "You mean Daddy is noisy when he snores?" She did not respond. Maybe she had not really been awake when she said it. Knowing nothing, I filed it under weird toddler comment and left it there. Kids noticed every little sound and built their own strange explanations. Maybe she meant the neighbor's dog. Maybe she meant the heater. Maybe she meant nothing at all. I backed out of the room, pulling the door almost but not quite shut, the way my mom liked it. In the hallway, the nightlight at the top of the stairs cast its low pool of light, leaving the far end of the hall in softer shadow. I walked down to the master bedroom, checked that the door was locked, then returned to the bathroom and pulled that door until it was only slightly ajar, one door open, one door closed. My mom's rule satisfied. The baby monitor felt small and light in my hand as I went downstairs. I set it on the coffee table where I could see it from the couch. The screen now showing Lily as a vague glowing shape in a rectangle of darker gray. The sound coming from its tiny speaker was steady, soft breaths, a rustle as she shifted, then stillness. I flipped through Netflix, not really caring what I landed on. Something with bright colors and laugh track noise started playing. My phone buzzed with a couple of messages from friends about finals, complaining about professors and grades. I answered halfway, more out of habit than interest, and then drifted to TikTok, watching 30-second clips of other people's lives in other places. Nights like that had a way of blurring together, stacking on top of each other until you could not tell one from another. Same couch, same glow from the TV, same little green light on the monitor blinking whenever Lily rolled over. Same heater clicks, same fridge hum, same distant sweep of headlights across the blinds. It is easy to believe that if nothing weird has ever happened in a place, nothing ever will. That is how most people stay sane. At some point, the show on TV rolled into its credits. I realized I was not following the plot at all and reached for the remote. Before I turned the TV off, I decided to go upstairs and switch off the hallway light. Electricity was not free, as my dad liked to remind us. The house creaked softly under my feet as I climbed the stairs. The nightlight at the top still burned, a small island of yellow. I walked past it, hit the switch on the wall that controlled the overhead light in the hall, and watched the brighter light go out, leaving only the pool around the nightlight. As my eyes adjusted, I became aware of the ceiling above me in a way I usually did not. The attic hatch sat there, a pale square framed by faint shadow. For a moment, in the silence that followed the click of the switch, I thought I heard something from above it. Not the sharp crack of boards, but a softer sound, like fabric dragging against rough wood. A shift, a slide, then stillness. I stood there, staring up, my hand still on the switch. The thought came uninvited. I could pull the cord. I could unfold the ladder, stick my head up into the dark, shine my phone light around, and prove to myself that there was nothing but boxes and dust. I did not. I let my hand drop from the switch and turned away, heading back down the stairs toward the glow of the TV and the small, steady hiss of the baby monitor in the living room. Later, when I saw what was up there, I tried to replay every second of that night and figure out exactly how long he had been listening. 2. 1. The first time, the monitor lied to me. The night the monitor first lied to me, nothing special was happening then either. It was a couple of weeks before that December, on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, one of those dead zone nights where time feels like it is just filling itself until morning. I remember because I had an early class the next day and kept telling myself I would only watch one more episode before going to bed. That lie was as familiar as any sound in the house. My parents were both on late shifts that night, and Lily had gone down surprisingly easy. Bath, story, one song half mumbled through, and she had melted into the crib like she was made of warm wax. I had set the monitor on the coffee table, checked the battery, turned the volume up 2 notches, then flopped down on the couch with my laptop half open and Netflix on the TV. The show I had on was something forgettable. Some crime series with too much gray and too much slow talking. Most of my attention was on my phone. The living room was in that half-lit state I liked. TV casting a moving glow on the walls. A lamp in the corner dimmed low. The rest of the downstairs swallowed in soft shadow. The tree was not up yet. The space where it would go was just an empty corner. The outlet already overloaded with chargers. For a while, it was just me and the usual house noises. The low, steady breath of the heater pushing air through the vents. The faint rattle of the refrigerator motor. Occasionally, a car rolled past outside, headlights sliding across the ceiling. The baby monitor sat in front of me, its small screen glowing, showing a fuzzy grayscale, Lily curled up on her side, one hand tucked under her chin. Every now and then, a little green bar flickered along the edge of the display when she shifted or sighed. It happened without warning. 1 second, the room was full of normal sound. The next, the monitor erupted. A blast of static poured out of its tiny speaker, loud enough that I physically flinched on the couch. It was not the soft hiss I was used to, the background noise of cheap electronics. This was jagged, harsh, like someone had dragged a microphone across a wool sweater and then shoved the volume all the way up. It swallowed the dialogue from the TV, made my heart spike. I grabbed the monitor before I even thought about it, my fingers closing around the plastic too hard. The screen was still on, but the picture was a mess. Horizontal lines, gray flickers, Lily's shape smeared into something unrecognizable for a second. The noise rose and fell in broken waves, clipping at the top, then cutting out altogether for half a heartbeat before surging back. It did not sound like the steady, flat static you get when a radio is between stations. There were tiny tremors inside it, textures that did not feel digital. Underneath the scratch and hiss, it sounded disturbingly like what you hear if someone breathes directly into a microphone or a phone mic too close. Those wet, uneven gusts, the faint catch at the end of an exhale. My first thought, irrational and immediate, was that Lily was choking. The second was that the camera was exploding. I was off the couch and halfway to the stairs before the show on the TV even registered as still playing behind me. The staircase tilted in my vision as I took it too fast. Upstairs, the hallway seemed darker than usual, the nightlight throwing weird shadows as I hurried past. I pushed Lily's door open with my shoulder, breath loud in my own ears, and nothing. The static cut off the instant I crossed the threshold, as cleanly as if someone had flipped a switch. The room was suddenly quiet in a way that made the skin on my arms prickle. The only sound was the faint whir of the camera motor adjusting to my entrance. Lily was fine. She lay exactly where the screen had shown her, on her side, hair in a tangle over her face, breathing slow and even. One leg had kicked its way out from under the blanket, but other than that, everything looked normal. The nightlight's blue cloud glow painted the crib bars and the edge of the rug. The bathroom door was in its usual cracked open position, showing a slice of deeper dark. I stood there for a long moment, holding the monitor and trying to match what I saw with what I had just heard. There was no reason for that sound, no one else in the room to make it. No sign that the camera had physically moved or fallen. Okay, I muttered to myself. Okay. I checked the camera unit in the corner. Its tiny red indicator light blinked obediently at me. The power cord was still firmly plugged into the wall. I unplugged it anyway, waited a few seconds, and plugged it back in. The camera clicked and reset its position, the motor whining for a second before settling. Back downstairs, I set the monitor on the kitchen counter and stared at it like it might reveal something if I looked hard enough. Then I did the obvious things. I turned it off and on again. I tapped the back with my knuckles, listening for loose parts. I moved it a few feet closer to the router, which blinked green in the corner by the TV. I even held my phone up next to it, then moved it away, wondering if my scrolling earlier had interfered with it somehow. Nothing I did recreated the sound. When I turned the volume up, all I got was a faint, constant hiss and the occasional creak from upstairs. When I turned the volume down, it obediently went softer. The video feed steadied itself, Lily's small shape resettling into clean gray outlines. If I had not just heard that static tear through the room, I would have thought everything was fine. Cheap junk, I grumbled under my breath. My parents had bought the monitor when Lily was born and never replaced it. It was an off-brand, the kind with a name that sounded almost like a real company if you did not look too closely. There had been firmware update emails months ago that no one bothered to read. It made more sense to blame the plastic and circuits than to consider anything else. When my dad came home the next morning, he found me pouring cereal into a bowl and squinting at my laptop, trying to write an essay I had avoided all week. He dropped his keys in the bowl on the counter like he always did, the sound making the spoon rattle. He looked more tired than usual, eyes shadowed, stubble a little too long. "You hear that last night?" he asked, reaching up to rub his neck. "Hear what?" I asked, thinking he meant my late-night Netflix volume. "Something on the roof," he said, "or in the attic, around 2 in the morning. I thought it was raccoons again. Might have to call pest control if it keeps up." He said it casually, breaking a granola bar wrapper open with his teeth. I thought of the static, the way it had roared through the monitor, the way it had sounded like someone was breathing too close to the mic. I thought of Lily, sleeping peacefully in that room while something, somewhere, between the rafters and the insulation, shifted around. "I did not hear anything," I lied. "I passed out early." He shrugged, already half moving on to the next thing in his head. "House settles weird when it gets cold," he said. "Always sounds worse at night." If something was seriously wrong, they would know, I told myself later, when I was alone again. My parents had lived in that house longer than I had. They knew what it sounded like in every season. They would not ignore a real problem. If the monitor was dangerous, they would replace it. If the attic held anything worse than vermin, we would smell it, see it, find it. I pulled out my phone and, half joking, half needing to write it down to make it smaller, opened a chat with a friend from class. Our baby monitor just screamed at me last night. I added another line before she could respond, like full volume static for no reason. "I think it is haunted, Lowell." I threw a string of laughing emojis at the end to make sure it read as a joke. She replied with a story about her cat stepping on her laptop at 3 in the morning and video calling her ex. We traded a few ghost stories that belonged to other people, other houses, other neighborhoods. By the end of the conversation, the moment with the monitor felt smaller, like something I had exaggerated in my head. That was how it worked then. Something weird would happen, and I would stuff it back down between layers of jokes, explanations, and school stress until it blended into everything else. It is impressive, looking back, how much you can choose not to think about when nothing too bad has happened yet. There is one detail from that first night with the static that I did not tell anyone until much later. At one point, before I ran upstairs, I grabbed the remote and muted the TV so I could really hear the sound coming from the monitor. The static was loud, jagged, and under it was that texture of breath. I stood there, frozen, trying to decide if I was being ridiculous. And in one of those brief dips where the noise thinned out, just for a second, I could have sworn I heard the shape of a word hiding inside it. Not the whole word, just the beginning of one. The start of a consonant, the curl of a vowel behind it. It sounded a lot like the first syllable of my name. I told myself I imagined it. I turned the volume down, blamed the cheap speaker, blamed my brain, and went on with my night. It was easier than considering the alternative. 2.2. Lily's new imaginary friend. A couple of days before everything blew up for real, there was this strange in-between time where the house still pretended to be normal, but Lily started acting just slightly off. If you wrote those days down as a checklist, they would look like any other week. Work, classes, daycare, laundry. But if you listen to them, there are little wrong notes hiding between all the regular sounds. It started during her naps. Most afternoons, if my schedule lined up, I would be the one to pick Lily up from daycare and bring her home. She came back carrying the day with her. Glitter on her shirt, marker smears on her fingers, crumbs stuck to her cheeks. We had a routine. Snack, a cartoon. Then nap time around 2 or 3 before my mom came dragging in from whatever shift she had just finished. I would carry her upstairs, the house settling back into its daytime quiet. The sun came through the blinds differently then, slicing into rectangles on the carpet. I would put her in the crib with some stern warning about closing your eyes, not singing for an hour, and she would solemnly agree and then ignore me. The baby monitor would go on the dresser. The parent unit would come downstairs with me. Toddlers are terrible at napping. They say they are sleepy until it is actually time to lie still. And then suddenly, they remember every story they have ever heard and want to talk about all of them at once. I was used to hearing Lily babble to herself over the monitor. Little streams of half words, nonsense songs, the occasional sharp no, as she relitigated some argument she had lost hours ago. But this was different. The first time I really noticed it, I was in the kitchen, putting dishes away, the monitor propped against a cereal box on the counter. The house was quiet, except for the clink of plates and the hum of the fridge. The monitor's tiny speaker carried Lily's voice down in thin, compressed fragments. At first, it sounded like usual toddler chatter, falling in and out of sense. And then the big one, and the yellow one, and no, that is not yours. She giggled once, a high, breathy laugh. Then there was a pause, a long one. "Okay," she said, very softly. She giggled again, the kind of laugh you give when someone else has said something funny. I stopped with my hand halfway to the cabinet and turned my head toward the monitor. The screen showed the top of her head as she sat in the crib, hair messy, one knee bouncing. There was no one else in the frame, of course. Just the bars, the blank wall, the door to the bathroom barely visible at the edge as a slightly darker line. "Lily?" I said out of habit, even though I knew she could not hear me. Our monitor did not have that two-way talk feature some fancier ones had. She kept going. Half sentences, little bursts of words, then pauses. Once, I heard her say, "No, that is my brother," with a weird kind of pride in her voice, like she was introducing me to someone. It prickled at me, but only in the way kid stuff sometimes does when you are already on edge from lack of sleep and too much caffeine. I told myself she was playing pretend, talking to one of her stuffed animals, replaying conversations from daycare. Kids build whole worlds in empty rooms. There is nothing scarier to them than boredom. Still, the pattern stuck in my head. Talk, pause, giggle, pause. Okay, pause. One afternoon, I decided to be the kind of brother who records cute things instead of just hearing about them secondhand. Lily had been napping for about 20 minutes, according to the monitor. But based on the stream of chatter, sleep was more of an aspiration. I climbed the stairs quietly, my phone already in my hand, with the camera app open. Her door was cracked. I pressed it open slowly with my fingertips, careful not to let the hinges click. She was sitting cross-legged in the crib, back to me, hair sticking out in 3 different directions, her stuffed reindeer propped across from her like an audience. She was mid-sentence, her hands moving in that loose way kids use when they tell stories. "And then he said," she was saying, and then she stopped. Not the slow, fading stop of a child running out of words. It was instant, like someone had hit pause on her. Her shoulders stiffened, her head tilted, not toward the door where I was, but slightly up and to the right, toward the corner of the ceiling near the bathroom door. From where I stood, I could see the junction of wall and ceiling there. Just white paint, a faint hairline crack, a shadow thrown by the ceiling fan. The bathroom door was open a few inches, the space beyond a shade darker. Lily turned her face toward that corner and smiled. It was not the big, goofy smile she gave me or my parents, all teeth and gums. It was smaller, quieter, the kind of smile you give when you recognize someone you have already been talking to. I was still holding my phone up, thumb hovering over the record button, feeling suddenly like the room had changed temperature by a few degrees. "Hey, Lil," I said, pushing my voice into something easy. "Who are you talking to?" She blinked and turned around, finally noticing me. The smile shifted into a more normal kid smile. "Nobody," she said. "Looks like somebody," I said. "You supposed to be sleeping, remember?" She flopped backward onto the mattress, limbs spread, and started making snoring noises so exaggerated that I had to laugh. The weird moment broke, or at least slid sideways into something I knew how to handle. Later, I would replay that 2-second smile in my head over and over, trying to decide whether it had looked like she was smiling at the corner, at something in the air, or at the idea in her own head. At the time, I shoved it into the folder in my brain, labeled "Kids are creepy sometimes," and tried not to think too hard about it. That night at dinner, my mom brought it up without knowing she was doing it. "How was she this afternoon?" she asked, pushing lettuce around on her plate with the fork. Her scrubs were still on. She had come home too tired to change. "Refused to nap like a normal human," I said. "Talked to herself for an hour." "She does that," Mom said, reaching over to wipe a smear of sauce off Lily's chin. "Kids see things. They hear things. It is normal." "Imaginary friends," my dad added around a mouthful of food. "I had one when I was her age. Some guy named Benny." Mom snorted. "Benny," she repeated. "You never told me that." "Benny did not like you," my dad said, deadpan. And Lily laughed because everyone else did, even though she did not know why. "Who are you talking to in your room, Bug?" Mom asked Lily. "You got a friend in there?" Lily chewed thoughtfully, feet swinging under the table. "He does not like nap," she said finally. "Same," I said, taking a sip of water to hide the way my throat felt suddenly dry. We all laughed it off. Ghost stories belong to other houses, other families. In our kitchen, with the overhead light buzzing gently and the dishwasher rumbling through its cycle, it felt safe to joke about invisible friends. But after that day, I started noticing other little things. At night, when I went to put Lily down, she got more particular about the bathroom door. It had to be closed. Not just mostly closed, fully shut, latch clicking into place. If I left it even a crack open, she would sit up in the crib and point at it, face gone serious in a way that did not suit someone wearing snowman pajamas. "Close it," she would say. "Why?" I asked once, just to see what she would say. "He looks," she answered, and then stuffed the corner of her blanket into her mouth, like she regretted saying it. I chose not to push. I closed the door. When we walked down the hallway together during the day, her small hand in mine, she started looking up more. Every time we passed under the attic hatch, her head would tip back, eyes tracking the square in the ceiling. She asked more questions about up there. "Do we sleep up there?" "No," I said. "Too dusty." "Does Santa?" "No," I said again. "He has his own house." "Who?" she would ask, but never quite finish the sentence. Our neighbor, Mrs. Green, made an offhand comment that lodged itself in my brain too. She lived across the street in a one-story house with faded blue shutters and an army of ceramic frogs in the front yard. One evening, I was walking Lily down the driveway while we waited for my parents to come home, letting her stomp in the thin strip of dead leaves along the curb. "Your attic creaks like something alive," Mrs. Green called from her porch, where she sat in an old lawn chair with a blanket over her knees. I looked up at our roofline, then back at her. "Yeah, my dad says we probably have raccoons." "Oh, I do not mean just you," she said, waving a hand. "These houses, all of them, attics and crawl spaces, you never really know what is above you." Later that night, scrolling on my phone, I saw a post on the neighborhood Facebook group. Someone sharing a local news article about homeless man found living in family's garage, with a caption that said, "Lock your doors, y'all. The comments were full of people arguing about compassion and safety and whose fault anything was. I skimmed them and moved on, but the headline stayed with me. A couple of nights after that, as we were doing the bedtime dance again, I walked into Lily's room to find her already sitting up in the crib, wide awake, even though it was late, and she had been yawning 5 minutes earlier in the living room. The nightlight cast its blue puddle on the floor. The bathroom door was, blessedly, fully shut. "Hey," I said softly, coming closer. "You are supposed to be horizontal." She looked at me with this strange, intense seriousness that did not match her round, sleepy face. For a second, she seemed older than 3. "He said he wants to see you," she said. The words were clear. No muddled consonants this time. Each syllable landed with a small, precise weight. A cold line traced itself down my spine. "Who?" I asked, forcing a lightness into my voice that I did not feel. "Who said that?" She lifted one small arm and pointed up. Not at the bathroom door this time, but higher. Somewhere between the center of her ceiling and the wall that backed onto the hallway. Right in the area where the sound of attic creaks seemed loudest when the heater went off. "Up there," she said. 2.3. What you hear when you turn the TV off. There is a kind of experiment you only try when you are alone too many nights in a row. You start wondering if it is you, if you are the problem, if your brain is inventing things to fill the gaps. After a while, all the half-heard sounds stack up. The static on the monitor, the soft thumps above the ceiling, the way Lily sometimes talks to corners. You can ignore them, or you can lean in and listen harder. One late night, not long before everything finally broke, I decided to listen. It was after midnight. The house had that particular stillness it only got on weeknights, when the neighborhood outside had gone quiet except for the occasional car cutting through. My parents were both working. Lily had gone down hours earlier. I had run out of excuses not to study, then run out of energy to actually study, and ended up on the couch with some show, playing more out of habit than interest. The TV flickered against the walls, filling the room with sound that did not belong to the house. A laugh track here, a car door slam there, fake footsteps in fake studios. The baby monitor sat on the coffee table, screen blank in sleep mode, its tiny orange sound level light glowing steadily like an idle eye. Every so often, it would flicker once or twice when Lily rolled over upstairs, then settle again. At some point, without quite deciding to, I picked up the remote and muted the TV. The sudden loss of noise was like someone had sucked all the air out of the room. Even with the picture still moving, the silence pressed in. Then I turned the TV off completely. The screen went black, and the only light left came from the street through the blinds, the small lamp in the corner, and the tiny diodes on the electronics, the router, the surge protector, the baby monitor. I put my phone face down beside me and flipped the ringer off. No vibrations, no notification pings. Just me, the couch, and whatever the house chose to say. It is amazing how loud a house really is when you strip away all the human sounds. At first, it was almost overwhelming. The refrigerator in the kitchen ran through its cycle with a low, steady hum that I usually did not even register. Somewhere inside it, something clicked, and the sound dropped out, leaving a sudden hollow that made my head feel lighter for a second. The heater, which I had thought was off, made a small metallic tick, then another, like someone tapping their fingernail against a metal pipe far away. A few seconds later, with a soft, distant thud, it started up again, sending a quiet rush of air through the vents overhead. You could hear it snake through the ceiling, changing pitch as it moved from one room to another. The house itself creaked intermittently, as if it were breathing. Tiny snaps in the walls, a faint stretch in the floorboards, a murmur from the staircase as the temperature outside shifted. Pipes ticked somewhere in the walls as hot water cooled and settled. I sat still and listened as if I were trying to tune in a weak radio station. The baby monitor's speaker filled my left ear with its own layer of sound. The soft hiss of its electronics, the almost imperceptible rustle that was Lily's breathing upstairs. The orange light stayed mostly low, jumping once in a while when she moved. For a long few minutes, that was all there was. House breath, machine breath, Lily's breath, mine. My eyes drifted closed. I leaned back, shoulders sinking into the couch cushions, letting the rhythm of the noises wash over me. The urge to reach for my phone, to fill the quiet with someone else's voice, scraped at my nerves, but I held still. If there was something wrong, I wanted to hear it. If there wasn't, I wanted to prove that to myself too. Time stretched in the dark. It could have been 5 minutes. It could have been 20. The heater finished its cycle and went still, leaving the vents whispering as the air inside them cooled. The fridge clicked and stopped. For a brief moment, everything mechanical paused at once. The silence that followed felt oddly thick, like the air had weight. That was when I heard it. Not from the ceiling this time, not from the walls, from the monitor. Under the soft blanket of static and breath, something new slid in. A sound that did not belong to wires or plastic. It was tiny, almost lost in the noise, like hearing someone talk on the other side of a closed door with a running fan in between. Just 2 or 3 syllables, low and close to the microphone, so close that the speaker fuzzed around the edges of the sound. I could not tell what the words were. They were distorted, clipped, eaten by the cheap speaker. But my brain recognized the structure instantly. It was speech. The cadence, the little rise and fall, the gap between sounds. It was not Lily. Her voice was higher, lighter. This was deeper, the tone of an adult trying to stay quiet and not quite succeeding. Every hair on my arm stood up. "Lily?" I said, though she could not hear me through the monitor. Another faint murmur, too soft to pull apart into meaning, brushed against the hiss. Then her breathing shifted a little, a small hitch in and out. The orange light flickered twice. The speaker crackled, caught some fragment of a consonant, then flattened out again into static and sleep sounds. That was enough. I grabbed the monitor, nearly knocking it off the table in my rush, and shot up off the couch. The house seemed to lurch around me for a second as my body went from stillness to movement too fast. I crossed the living room in 3 long strides, toes catching the edge of the rug, then hit the foot of the stairs and took them 2 at a time. With the TV off, My footsteps sounded huge, thudding up through the quiet. The nightlight at the top of the stairs cast its small yellow puddle on the carpet, making the hallway look longer than usual. The air up there was cooler, sharper against my face. Lily's door was mostly shut. I pushed it open, my hand slick against the painted wood. She was asleep. The nightlight in her room, the little blue cloud, warmed the floor and the lower halves of the walls in soft color, leaving the upper corners in a smoky gray. Lily lay sprawled on her back now, one arm flung over her head, hair stuck to her forehead. A tiny, rough-edged snore escaped her every few breaths, the kind that sounds almost like a sigh. Her stuffed reindeer was wedged under one of her knees. The baby monitor camera in the corner turned slightly as I entered, tracking movement, its motor making that tiny insect buzz. Its red indicator blinked calmly. The bathroom door stood halfway open, a wedge of darkness beyond it, the edge of tile just visible. For a second, I just stood there, heart still hammering, listening. The only sounds in the room were Lily's breathing, the faint hum of the camera, and the distant muffled drone of the heater cycling again somewhere else in the house. There was no voice now, no low murmur, no whisper. I put my hand on the bathroom light switch and flipped it on. Harsh yellow flooded the small space, turning the porcelain of the sink and the toilet almost too bright to look at. The tub sat empty. A few bath toys clustered in the corner where we had left them earlier that week. The mirror reflected my own face, pale and more tired than I felt, eyes too wide. The door to my parents' bedroom on the other side of the bathroom was shut. I checked the knob. Locked, like my dad always insisted when they were both out. I unlocked it with the small key that hung on a hook by the hallway door and stepped into the master bedroom. The smell hit me first. My dad's aftershave, faint but distinct, layered over the soft, stale scent of sheets that had not been changed in a few days. The bed was unmade, blankets thrown back from that morning when my mom had rolled out in a rush. A pair of shoes sat side by side near the dresser, one sock crumpled between them. On the nightstand closest to the bathroom door sat my dad's laptop, lid closed, charging cable plugged in. The little light on its side pulsed slowly, like a heartbeat. Beside it were a watch, a ring, and a hospital ID badge on a retractable clip. I went through the motions of a check I did not really know how to do. I opened the closet and parted the hanging clothes, half expecting something to lunge out of the darkness between coats. Nothing. Just my mom's work dresses, my dad's shirts, a couple of dusty suit bags on the floor. I crouched down and lifted the bedskirt, scanning the dust bunny world beneath the frame. There was nothing there but an old shoebox and a couple of rogue socks. The curtains by the window hung still and heavy. I pulled one back just enough to see the closed window, the black square of our backyard beyond, the faint glow from the street lamp at the edge of the cul-de-sac. The glass was cold under my fingertips. The lock was latched. Everything looked exactly the way it should look. No signs of anyone being there who did not belong. No overturned furniture, no open drawers, no stray footprints on the carpet. I was almost at the door again, ready to tell myself I had imagined the voice entirely when I heard a sound from above. It was subtle, easy to miss if I had still had the TV on or music playing. A faint creak, a shift in weight somewhere in the ceiling. Not the sharp pop of wood flexing from temperature change. This had a different quality, a slow, dragging pressure, like someone rearranging their body on a narrow board, trying not to make noise and not fully succeeding. I stopped with my hand on the doorknob and slowly tilted my head back. The ceiling in the master bedroom was plain white, interrupted only by the light fixture and a square area where the paint did not quite match the rest. A faint rectangle of slightly different texture, barely visible unless you were really looking. It was just off-center, closer to the wall that backed onto the hallway. Attic access used to be in here. I remembered my dad saying once when they first moved in, they covered it and put the main hatch out there instead when they remodeled. I found myself staring at that faint square now, listening. The house had gone still again, the heater silent, the pipes quiet. No more creaks from above, just the buzz of my own nerves and the soft breath of a child down the hall. We only have one attic hatch, I told myself firmly. In the hallway. That is it. That is the only way up. I turned the light off in the bedroom, then in the bathroom, leaving only the little blue cloud glowing in Lily's room and the nightlight by the stairs in the hall. I checked on her once more, still asleep, still snoring, still small and oblivious, and then went back downstairs, turning the TV back on almost as soon as I hit the bottom step. The sudden flood of scripted noise felt like a shield. It was only later, after everything, that I thought to go digging through my phone for old pictures. I was lying awake one night, unable to stop replaying sounds in my head, flipping through my photo roll just to have something to look at besides the dark. There, buried between screenshots and blurry shots of Lily at the park, I found a series of pictures from the week we moved in. My dad had taken them, walking through the empty house, documenting the before for some project he never started. One of them showed the master bedroom, bare and echoing, no furniture yet. The walls looked the same, the window looked the same. But in the ceiling, above where the bed would later go, there was a small, square panel with a metal ring hanging down. A second attic access. I blinked at the photo, my thumb hovering over the screen. I did not remember ever seeing that hatch in real life. By the time my memories start, there was just the faint discoloration, the patch job. On the screen in my hand, though, the little square door was very clear. Somewhere, at some point, someone had decided to cover up another way into the dark. 3.1. A regular Thursday. On paper. On paper, the night it all happened was just a regular Thursday in December. If you looked at my planner for that week, it would not stand out at all. A couple of scribbled assignment deadlines, a reminder about my mom's work party, a note that said, "Pick up Lily," with a time next to it. There was nothing written there about voices or attic hatches or the way a house can suddenly feel like it does not belong to you anymore. It was finals week at the community college, which meant my brain was already mush before the day even started. I had a morning exam and an afternoon presentation back to back. The kind of schedule that makes coffee feel more like an IV drip than a drink. The campus was buzzing with that particular anxious energy of people cramming last minute in hallways, clutching flashcards like talismans. By the time I was done, the sun was already sliding down the wrong side of the sky. It was barely past 4, and the light outside the library windows had gone flat and gray. I trudged out to the parking lot, my backpack heavier than it had any right to be, my bones feeling hollow. The drive home along 380 felt longer than usual. The traffic had that slow, relentless crawl of people trying to get somewhere before it was fully dark. Every strip mall and gas station had leaned into Christmas. Inflatable Santas sagged on flat roofs, and speakers hidden in fake wreaths played carols that sounded like they had been looping since Halloween. I stopped at my usual gas station, the one with the sticky floors. Inside, the air smelled like fryer grease and burnt coffee. A speaker above the coffee machines crackled and then spilled a tinny version of "It's the Most Wonderful Time of the Year" over my head. I grabbed 2 frozen pizzas from the glass-doored freezer, 1 pepperoni, 1 plain cheese for Lily, and a bottle of bright blue sports drink I knew I'd regret later. At the register, the cashier wore a Santa hat and the look of someone who would gladly fight the next person who said "Happy Holidays" to him. When I pulled into our neighborhood, the streetlights were already coming on. The sky had turned that deep, heavy blue that looks almost solid, and every house on our block seemed to glow. Strings of lights traced roof lines and windows. Candy cane stakes lined walkways, and at least 3 different yards boasted giant snow globes with fake snow swirling around cartoon characters. Our house looked almost normal by comparison. Just the white icicle lights on the eaves, the wreath on the door, the warm rectangles of our windows lit from inside. Lily met me at the door, like she always did when she was home before me. My mom had picked her up from daycare that day, so she was already fully charged by the time I walked in. She barreled into the entryway in socks, sliding the last few inches on the hardwood. Her cheeks were flushed, her hair frizzed out around her face, and there were still traces of red frosting at the corners of her mouth. "Noah!" she yelled, like I had been gone for 6 months instead of 6 hours. "We had cupcakes." "I can tell," I said, sidestepping her and holding the pizzas up over my head so she would not try to hug them. "You are vibrating." She bounced in place, hands up like she wanted to be picked up and spun. I set the pizzas on the counter and grabbed her instead, lifting her until her socks dangled above the floor. She smelled like sugar and markers and the lemony disinfectant they used at daycare. "Is Santa coming tonight?" she asked, very serious, as if I had the schedule memorized. "Not tonight," I said. "He is still getting ready." "Does he fit in the attic?" she demanded, like she had been waiting all day to ask that. I felt something cold run along the inside of my ribs. "He does not need the attic," I said. "He has other ways." She made a face, unimpressed with my lack of detail, and wiggled until I put her down. Within seconds, she was tearing laps around the living room, reindeer in one hand, the remains of a paper snowflake in the other. My mom was at the kitchen island, surrounded by an explosion of clothes and makeup that had somehow migrated downstairs. A pair of heels sat on the counter next to the fruit bowl. There was an open compact in front of her, and her phone lay screen up nearby, flashing with notifications. Her hospital's group chat was buzzing with last-minute party logistics. "I am so behind," she muttered when she saw me. "Why did they have to pick tonight?" "You say that about every night," I said, dropping my backpack by the couch. She blew out a breath, half a laugh and half a sigh. "How was your test?" "Fine," I said, which could mean anything from "I nailed it" to "I wrote my name on the paper and panicked." My dad was at the far end of the counter, already in his dress shirt, tie hanging loose around his neck. He was hunched over his phone, thumb flying, checking the hospital staffing app. Every few seconds, he would tap the screen harder than necessary and make a small, annoyed noise. His keys and wallet sat in a small dish by the sink, his watch beside them, all lined up like ritual objects. "They are understaffed again," he said without looking up. "If anyone calls out tonight, I might have to go in early, or not go at all." "You are going," my mom said, stabbing a mascara wand in his direction. "They are expecting you. I am not walking into that room by myself." He checked his watch, then the time on his phone, then the traffic app. "We have to leave in, like 20 minutes if we want any hope of getting parking." "Then move," she said, disappearing back toward the stairs with an armful of fabric. I pulled the pizzas out of their boxes and slid them into the oven. The preheat beep sounded too loud in the crowded kitchen. Lily thumped onto the couch and started scrolling through Netflix with the confidence of someone who could not read yet, but knew exactly what every thumbnail meant. Holiday specials, brightly colored kids shows, talking animals. The Christmas tree in the corner blinked patiently, waiting for someone to acknowledge it. While the oven heated, my dad finally looked up at me fully. "We went over everything, right?" he said. "You remember the alarm code?" "Yes," I said. "You know where the emergency numbers are?" "Yes." "You are 19, Noah," he said, like it was both a compliment and a reprimand. "You can handle watching your sister for one night. We did not raise you to be helpless." "I did not say I could not handle it," I said, stung. "Good," he said, missing the point entirely. He reached over and clapped a hand on my shoulder in something that was almost affection and almost pressure. "Just call if anything actually weird happens, okay? Not every bump in the night." "Sure," I said. "Only certified weirdness." He snorted once, the corner of his mouth twitching. The tension eased a little, but it did not leave completely. It lingered in the corners of the room, in the way he kept glancing at the time, the way my mom's footsteps thudded a little too hard overhead as she searched for earrings. Eventually, she came back down in a dress I recognized from a previous year, hair pinned up, lipstick on. She looked more like herself and less like the exhausted version I usually saw at the end of 12-hour shifts. She grabbed her purse, then doubled back to the fridge. "Let me write everything down one more time," she said, already reaching for a notepad and pen. On a small lined pad, she scribbled out the important stuff in her quick slanted handwriting. Our cell numbers, hospital main line, Mrs. Green's number across the street, 911. Underlined anyway, as if I might forget. Alarm code, 7205. Do not open door for strangers. She tore the page off, walked to the fridge, and slapped it up there with a magnet shaped like a smiling sun. As she did, another piece of paper under the magnet shifted and slid partially into view. It was a black and white printout, slightly crumpled at the corner. I saw the headline before she covered it up again. Squatter found living in family's attic in Plano. There was a fuzzy photo beneath it of a house that looked not that different from ours. "What's that?" I asked, the words out before I decided to say them. Mom's hand moved fast, pinning the printout back up with another magnet, so only the bottom edge showed. A bar of text and a sliver of photo. "Just something from work," she said quickly, without looking at me. "We had a patient come in from a situation like that. People love printing stories and leaving them in the break room." "That is specific," I said. "It is far," she said, as if distance was a magic shield. "We are fine. Do not scare yourself." Then she turned back to Lily, crouching down to straighten her daughter's shirt and kiss her forehead. The subject was dismissed, folded into the stack of things we were not going to talk about right then. The oven beeped. My dad grabbed his keys and wallet, the metal clinking together. My mom snagged her coat off the back of a chair. They moved through the hallway in a rush of fabric and perfume and last-second instructions. "Set the alarm when we leave," my dad called. "Turn the monitor on when she goes down," my mom added. "Text if anything weird happens," he said again from the doorway. "Not just certified weird," she said, trying to smile. Then the front door opened. Cold air spilled in, and they were gone, leaving behind the echo of their voices, the smell of my mom's perfume, and a piece of paper on the fridge with an emergency list, and, half hidden behind it, a story about someone who had already been where we were about to go. 3.2. Baby monitor, nightlight, Netflix. Once they were gone, the house rearranged itself into our smaller version of normal. Me, Lily, a couple of frozen pizzas, and the slow slide toward bedtime. If you had walked in an hour after my parents left, it would not have looked like the start of a horror story. It would have looked like any other Thursday night in any other overworked family's house. The microwave did its usual shrill, too loud beeping when the pizza was done, cutting through the low murmur of the TV. I pulled the pepperoni one out first, the cardboard beneath it bending dangerously as I set it down on the stove. The kitchen filled with that unmistakable smell of cheap frozen cheese and artificial tomato. Thick and comforting in the way only processed food can be when you are tired. Lily hovered on the edge of the tile, bare toes curled against the line where it met the carpet, like she was afraid of crossing into no kid zone without permission. Her eyes tracked the pizza the way a cat watches something moving near its bowl. "Wait, it is hot," I warned, cutting the slices with the dented pizza wheel we had somehow never replaced. She waited exactly long enough for me to turn away to grab plates, then reached up with both hands and tried to touch the cheese anyway. "Hey!" I grabbed her wrist gently, steering her to the table. "You trying to lose all your fingerprints?" "What are finner pints?" she asked, already losing interest as I set a smaller slice on her plate. "Stuff cops use," I said. "You are not allowed to know yet." She accepted that, apparently satisfied that something mysterious was involved. We sat at the table, her legs swinging under the chair, my phone propped against the napkin holder. The Grinch played in the living room, visible from where we sat, the colors bouncing off the ornaments on the tree. Lily ate with the total lack of self-consciousness kids have. 2 hands, 2 big bites, grease shining on her fingers. Every few seconds, she would twist around to look at the screen and narrate what was happening, even though she had seen it enough times to probably quote it by heart. "His heart is small now," she said through a mouthful of crust. But then it is big," she added, like she was warning me there would be a twist. "Crazy," I said, eyes on my phone. I scrolled past memes, finals week complaints, ads for things I did not remember mentioning out loud, but the algorithm did. After dinner, I wiped down the table and tried to degrease her hands with a wet paper towel while she squirmed and complained. The plates clinked in the sink. The microwave clock blinked 7:43 in unhelpful blue numbers. Outside, the street lights cast pale cones on the sidewalk, making the decorations in the yards look more like weird growths than festive cheer. "Bath time," I said again, the same script as every night. She groaned, but there was a yawn tucked inside it. The sugar high from daycare cupcakes and pizza was finally starting to collapse. I scooped her up and headed upstairs, feeling the familiar give of the carpet under my feet, the soft vibration of the heater through the banister. In the Jack and Jill bathroom, I turned on the tap and let the water run until steam began to ghost up, fogging the bottom half of the mirror. The overhead light hummed faintly, a high, thin noise you only noticed when everything else went quiet. Tiny wet footprints appeared on the tile as Lily stepped out of her clothes. The lavender shampoo smell came back, filling the small room until it was almost cloying. I washed her hair while she hummed nonsense, tilting her head back with theatrical suffering when I rinsed the suds out. Droplets clung to her eyelashes, magnifying her eyes. "One more story," she said when I pulled the plug and the water started to swirl down the drain. "You already had one downstairs," I said, wrapping her in a towel. "That was a movie," she argued, jaw cracking mid-sentence as she yawned. "You can have a short one," I conceded. "Tiny story, pocket-sized." Back in her room, the light felt softer. The ceiling fan spun lazily overhead, stirring the air without really cooling it. I wrestled her into pajamas again, snowmen and all, her damp hair sticking to the collar. The nightlight cloud waited in its usual spot by the outlet, unlit for now. Before anything else, I went to deal with the doors. It felt ceremonial, like setting up props on a stage. In the bathroom, I crossed to the parents' door first. I turned the knob, making sure it was shut, then locked it from their side, listening for the small, decisive click. I stepped into their room, crossed through the dim, familiar mess. Half-folded laundry on the chair, an open book face down on the nightstand, then went out into the hallway to lock the main bedroom door from there too. 2 layers between their empty room and the rest of the house. I walked back to Lily's room and stood in the bathroom doorway, hand on the knob. This door I left just barely cracked, as my mom always insisted. An inch, maybe less. Enough that, in theory, we could get in quickly if we had to. Enough that, in reality, a sliver of darkness would always sit there at night, a mouth not quite closed. The baby monitor camera watched me while I moved around. Mounted high in the corner, it had that glossy black lens that never reflected anything fully, just a suggestion of shapes. I checked the cable where it ran down the wall and vanished behind Lily's dresser, making sure it was not loose. The white power cord snaked across the back, bent at a sharp angle where it plugged into the outlet adapter. I pressed the button on the side of the camera until the tiny indicator light blinked twice, once red, once green. There was a soft mechanical whir as the camera did its startup routine, tilting slowly left, then right, then down, then centering on the crib like a head nodding to itself. The internal fan made that faint buzzing noise I had learned to tune out. On the dresser, I turned on the parent unit. The screen glowed to life, showing a clean black and white feed of the room. Empty crib for the moment, my own legs visible near the edge as pale ghost shapes. I tapped the volume up until the hiss settled into a level that felt right. Loud enough to catch anything unusual, not so loud that it would drive me crazy. "Okay, Shrimp," I said, lifting Lily into the crib. The mattress dipped under her weight. The bars were smooth against my fingers, the wood warmed by small hands in the heat of the room. "Tiny story," she reminded me, already rubbing at her eyes. I leaned against the crib and gave her a shortened version of one of her favorites. Something about a bear who could not fall asleep because the moon was too bright. I made my voice softer as I went, letting it slow down, leaving longer gaps between sentences. By the time the bear finally yawned and gave up, Lily's breathing had settled into that even pattern that meant she was mostly gone. I switched on the nightlight. The little cloud glowed blue, pushing back the darkest corners just enough to map out the room in gradients. Brightest near the floor, fading up the walls, leaving the ceiling in a dim gray. The bathroom door crack became a darker line in that gradient, a vertical strip where the blue did not quite reach. "Good night," I whispered. "Good night," she murmured, not opening her eyes. I backed out of the room, monitor in hand, and pulled her door until it was almost shut. The latch did not catch completely, by design, so a thread of light from the hallway nightlight slipped through. Downstairs, the house felt like it had taken a deep breath and held it. I turned off the main kitchen light, leaving only the small under-cabinet strip above the stove and the glow from the oven clock. In the living room, I did not bother turning on a lamp. The Christmas tree did the work. Its lights blinked in slow waves, washing the walls and ceiling in soft amber. The ornaments caught and fractured the glow, tiny glints of red and gold. I dropped onto the couch and set the monitor on the coffee table where I could reach it easily. The screen dimmed after a few seconds, going black, but the sound stayed on. Along the edge, a row of tiny LEDs waited, ready to jump if the volume in Lily's room changed. One of them glowed orange at a low level, flickering now and then when she shifted or sighed upstairs. I picked up the remote and let The Grinch roll again from the middle. I did not really care what was on. I just needed moving light and familiar noise. My phone lit up beside me, buzzed once with a message, then again with some app telling me about a sale I did not need. I thumbed through social media without really seeing any of it. Here is the part that feels almost cruel to remember now, because from the outside, it could have been cozy, tree lights, old Christmas movie, a sleeping kid upstairs, no parents around to tell me to turn things down or pick things up. A warm house wrapped in cold December air. From the inside, though, from where I am sitting now, years later, I can feel the edges of it sharpen. I can hear everything I was not hearing properly then. I wish I had turned it all off at that point. I wish I had locked more doors than I did. I wish I had listened harder. Back then, I just sank into the couch and let the familiar sounds blur together. Jim Carrey, yelling in green fur, the distant hum of the fridge, the soft tick of the heater settling between cycles. At some point, between one scene and the next, I leaned forward to grab a slice of leftover pizza from the box I had abandoned on the coffee table. As I did, a sound brushed the edge of my awareness. It was tiny, so faint that if anything else had been louder, I would have missed it. A soft exhale, like someone letting out a breath right next to a microphone. Not Lily's soft, whistling sleep breath. I knew that sound already. This was lower, rougher, one quick whispered sigh that did not belong to any of us. I froze, hands still hovering over the pizza box, eyes shifting to the monitor. The screen was black. The LEDs along the edge glowed their normal, low orange. They did not spike. The hiss from the speaker sounded the same. For a second, I could not tell if the exhale had come from the monitor at all or from somewhere in the room with me. By the time I turned the volume up with my thumb, whatever I had heard was gone, swallowed by the quiet and the canned laughter on the TV. 3.3, the first static, the first thud. It was somewhere between 8:30 and 9 when the monitor really woke up. I remember because the Grinch was deep into the part where he is stealing presents, which meant Lily, if she had been awake, would have been yelling at the screen about it being mean. Instead, upstairs, she was supposed to be out cold. Downstairs, the living room had slipped into that lull where time stops feeling like hours and starts feeling like a long, flat stretch. The tree lights blinked their slow patterns. The TV painted the walls in green and red. My phone screen kept trying to sell me things I did not need. The baby monitor sat on the coffee table. Black screen, tiny orange LED glowing to show it was listening. Every so often, the light would blip a little higher, then settle. Lily rolling over, a blanket rustling. Nothing unusual. Then, without any obvious change from upstairs, the screen lit up. It went from dead black to washed out gray in an instant, the way it does when it detects something and snaps back on. The camera feed showed the familiar view. Crib, lump of toddler, faint outline of the bathroom door. Lily was in roughly the same position I had left her in, one arm bent under the pillow, hair a mess across her face. She did not appear to move. The sound, though, was different. A low, crackling static pushed out of the tiny speaker, layering itself over the usual background hiss. It grew in volume, filling the space around me, riding on top of the heater's hum. It was not as violently loud as that first time weeks ago, but it was wrong. There was a texture to it, jagged and uneven, like someone had recorded the sound of leaves being crushed underfoot and played it through a broken radio. I stared at the screen, then at Lily's motionless form. "Come on," I muttered. "Not tonight." My brain did what it always did first, reached for the simplest explanation and held on. I checked the Wi-Fi icon on my phone, as if that had anything to do with it. Full bars. I glanced over at the router by the TV. Its little lights blinked calmly, the same way they always did. I picked up the monitor and turned it in my hands, checking the antenna, the back, the volume wheel. I moved a few steps to the left, then to the right, as if repositioning my body would untangle the signal. Maybe somebody nearby got a new monitor, I thought. Same cheap brand, same channel. It was the only semi-plausible thing I could come up with at the time. Houses on our street were close enough that I could hear people mowing their lawns, fighting with their kids, slamming their car doors. Why not sound bleeding over from someone else's nursery? But the static did not feel random. It rose and fell in little waves, sometimes thinning out until I could almost hear the architecture beneath it, then thickening again, like someone had leaned closer to the microphone. It was not steady, not a solid curtain of noise. It broke in places, stuttered and stopped for fractions of a second, the way a voice does when someone is speaking and the feed keeps cutting out. Every time it dipped, my heart kicked, waiting to hear something under it. For a while, it was just noise. Then, in one of those brief troughs, a shape caught itself on my ear. Something buried in the interference that did not belong to static at all. Not a full syllable, not a clean consonant, just the beginning of a sound, a curve of breath around what could have been an L or an I. I grabbed the remote and paused Netflix. The room went completely quiet, except for the static and the heater. I hit the mute button too, just to be sure. The silence from the TV felt like a hole opening in the air. The static seemed to expand into the empty space. I sat forward, elbows on my knees, the monitor almost touching my chin. I tried to breathe quietly, but after a minute, my own breathing started to sync with the pulses of sound. I would inhale when the noise peaked, exhale when it dipped, like we were sharing a rhythm. It made the whole thing feel uncomfortably intimate, like I was listening to someone else breathe through my own lungs. The fridge in the kitchen chose that moment to shut off at the end of its cycle. 1 second, it was humming in the background. The next, it was gone, leaving a sudden vacuum where its noise had been. The heater clicked off too, delayed, the vents going from a low rush to a dead stillness. For a heartbeat or two, there was nothing but the raw sound from the monitor. Static, crackle. Those almost words caught in the teeth of the interference. My fingers tightened on the plastic casing. The LEDs along the edge of the device climbed higher, registering the volume, then jittered. Another thin, broken fragment of something shaped like speech slipped through, too distorted for my brain to translate, but clear enough that some animal part of me said, "Human." Then the static stopped. It did not fade. It did not trail off. It cut out mid-phrase, leaving the speaker spitting pure silence. Not even the usual low hiss remained. The orange LEDs dropped back down to a single bar. I sat there, suddenly aware of how loud my own breathing sounded in the quiet. The tree lights ticked softly as they blinked. Somewhere, A car rolled past outside, its tires hissing on the pavement. And then, from upstairs, came the thud. It was one sound, but it carried weight. A single, heavy impact from above, not directly overhead, but a little toward the back of the house, around the zone of the upstairs hallway, near the master bedroom and Lily's room. It was muffled by insulation and wood, but still solid enough that I felt it in my chest more than I heard it with my ears. It was not Lily. I knew the sound of her little feet hitting the crib mattress, the patter of her running down the hall. This was heavier, slower, like someone had knelt too hard on a board or shifted their full weight from one foot to the other in a cramped space. I found myself standing before I realized I had moved. The monitor was still in my hand. My eyes went from the ceiling back to the device and then up again. How settling, I told myself automatically. Old wood, temperature changes, that is all. The house was not old, but I had heard that phrase enough times for it to feel like a spell. Say it, and the noise becomes less sharp. Say it, and the sense of something above your head shrinks a little. I stood there for a few more seconds, waiting for something to follow. A second thud, a series of footsteps, Lily's cry. Nothing came. The heater kicked back on with a distant clunk. The vents resumed their soft exhale. In the kitchen, the fridge hummed to life again. Upstairs, according to the monitor screen, Lily had not moved. She was still a curled shape under her blanket, mouth open just enough that I could imagine the faint snore that went with it. The bathroom doorway was a static rectangle of deeper gray. I could have gone up then. I could have climbed the stairs and checked every room like a person in a movie who makes the inexplicable decision to investigate instead of leaving. I thought about it. I pictured myself walking that hallway, feeling the nightlights glow on my ankles, hearing every creak amplified. I pictured opening the attic hatch alone. How settling, I repeated in my head, clinging to the smaller fear. I walked to the edge of the living room, looked up at the ceiling along the line where the sound had come from, and listened. The heater filled in the quiet again, smoothing over any smaller noises. Nothing else knocked or shifted. No doors open, no footsteps. I went back to the couch. This time, I set the monitor closer to me, right beside my leg, within easy reach. I did not turn the TV volume up as high when I unpaused the movie. I left it low, just enough to cut the silence, not enough to drown anything out. My eyes kept flicking from the screen to the little black rectangle on the table, watching for the glow of the screen, the jump of the LEDs. At the time, that was where the scene ended, on a kid half watching The Grinch in tree light, trying to convince himself that his own house was not trying to talk to him. It took a long time before I could bring myself to go through the memory card from the camera. Months after everything happened, after the police and the questions and the sleepless nights, my dad replaced the whole system. The old monitor, the old camera. They went into a box in the garage, along with a tangle of cables and the manual no one ever read. One night, when I could not stand lying awake staring at the ceiling anymore, I dug that box out. I sat on the floor of my room with the plastic shell of the monitor cracked open, fingers trembling as I pried out the tiny SD card from its slot. I slid it into an adapter, then into my laptop, and watched files populate the screen. Date-stamped, time-stamped slices of our lives upstairs. I found the clip from that night by the timestamp. The camera had recorded in short bursts, whenever it detected motion or sound, so it took some skipping to land on the right one. There it was, a gray room, a small sleeping figure, the faint blur of a bathroom doorway. No sign of movement. But when I turned the volume up and let the sound spill out of my laptop speakers, the static came back, as raw and ugly as it had been in my living room. I listened to those bursts again, with headphones on this time, the world outside of the audio reduced to nothing. I watched the waveform on the screen, saw the peaks and dips where the noise rose and fell. When I slowed one of those segments down, stretching it out, the static thinned just enough to reveal something underneath. Faint, distorted, wrapped in the crackle like someone buried under gravel calling up through it. It was only 2 words, almost nothing. But under all that noise, a voice I did not recognize seemed to whisper, in a low, strained tone, "Can you hear me?" 4.1, the human voice, in a place it should not be. By the time it happened, the night had already stretched thin. The movie had ended and rolled into something else, then into another thing I was not really watching. My phone battery was low. My eyes were burning from screens, and the house had settled into that late-hour quiet where every decision feels heavier than it should. I remember looking at the microwave clock when I wandered into the kitchen for more water. 9:43 p.m. The blue numbers glowed too bright in the dark, cutting through the soft orange wash from the tree in the living room. The heater was between cycles. The fridge hummed, then clicked off, leaving a hollow in the air. I filled a glass at the sink, the water noisy in the silence, and leaned against the counter for a second, eyes half closed. Somewhere above me, the house creaked in a slow, lazy way, like it was shifting in its sleep. That sound had always been there. It was part of the house's language. What was not part of it was what came next. I walked back toward the living room, glass in hand, the carpet soft under my feet. The TV was still on, but muted. The Grinch's green face flickered across the screen in silence as he dangled from a cartoon cliff. The Christmas tree blinked steadily beside him, indifferent. The baby monitor sat where I had left it on the coffee table. Black screen, little LEDs, dark and still. I was halfway to the couch when the monitor woke up again. This time, the screen did not just glow. It flared. Gray light washed over the small display, resolving into the now familiar grainy view of Lily's room. Crib, nightlight, bathroom door. The LEDs along the side jumped to mid-level in one fast movement. And then I heard it. Not static, not breathing, not the anonymous noise of electronics. A voice. It came through the tiny speaker, low and soft, shaped by the cheap audio into something slightly warped, but there was no mistaking what it was. A man's voice, deep but not booming, speaking close to the microphone. The words were smeared by distortion, but the structure was there. Syllables, pauses, the subtle rise at the end of what might have been a question, the flattening calm of what might have been reassurance. My body went cold before my brain caught up. I stood perfectly still, one hand clenched around the glass so tight I heard it creak. For a split second, my mind scrambled for the safety net explanation. TV bleed over. Some line of dialogue I had forgotten to unmute, but the TV was already silent. The little icon in the corner showed a muted speaker with a red line through it. There was no other device on in the room that could be playing anything. My phone lay on the couch, screen dark. The voice kept going in a low murmur, broken here and there by soft bursts of static. It sounded like someone talking to a child. I picked up the monitor with fingers that did not quite feel like they belonged to me. The plastic felt too warm, too slick. I turned the volume up one notch, wincing at my own movement, afraid the sound itself might notice me. The more I listened, the clearer the structure became. I still could not make out the actual words, but the cadence told its own story. Short phrases, a pause, another phrase. The kind of rhythm adults fall into when they are trying to coax a kid to answer questions or calm them down. There was no irritation in it, no sharp edges. It was almost gentle. That made it worse. I started walking toward the stairs without entirely deciding to. Each step felt too loud, the carpet somehow both soft and echoing under me. The house around me was dim. Kitchen dark behind me. Hallway lit only by the glow from the living room. The top of the staircase holding a small pool of yellow from the nightlight upstairs. As I moved, the quality of the sound shifted. Sometimes the voice went slightly muffled, as if the speaker had turned their head away from the microphone. Other times it came through clearer, closer, like they had leaned right over the crib. Underneath it, threaded through, I thought I heard the faint rustle of fabric against fabric. I reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped, one hand on the banister, the other holding the monitor so close to my ear it almost touched my cheek. My heart pounded hard enough that the monitor shook a little in my grip. Another phrase, low and coaxing. A pause. Upstairs, the nightlight cast its small circle of gold on the landing, throwing the ceiling and the attic hatch above it into shadow. For a heartbeat, I just stood there, frozen between the floor and whatever waited above. I took the first step. The stairs groaned softly under my weight. I went slower now, each footfall deliberate, trying to keep the noise down, even though I knew whoever was talking in that room, if they were real, already knew we were not alone in the house. The voice on the monitor dipped in and out, caught in the limitations of the device, but it kept going. Halfway up, my brain tried one last feeble protest. Maybe it is picking up something outside. A neighbor on their porch, a car radio rolling by, a TV in another house. But the voice did not have the echo of distance. It did not have the layering that comes from sound bouncing off outside air and windows. It had the closeness of someone standing in a small room, words pressed straight into the cheap microphone. It had the intimacy of proximity. Just before I reached the top of the stairs, it cut through perfectly clear. Lily's name. Soft, careful, spoken in that tone adults use when they are trying to coax a shy child out from behind a parent's leg. There was a little upward lilt at the end of it, almost sing-song. He knew her name. Something in me snapped from frozen to frantic. I took the last 3 steps too fast, stumbling onto the landing. The nightlight's glow made my shadow jump across the hallway wall. Lily's door was almost closed, just as I had left it, a sliver of blue light from her nightlight leaking out at the bottom. I pushed it open harder than I meant to, the edge catching the carpet, making a dull thump as it swung inward. "Lily?" I said, already hating how my voice sounded. Too high, too thin. The room looked, at first glance, exactly as it always did at night. The blue cloud on the outlet glowed steadily, washing the crib and the lower half of the walls in soft color. The ceiling rose above in gray shadow, the fan blades unmoving. The stuffed reindeer lay near Lily's hand, which twitched as she made a small sound in her sleep. She was not fully out. Her legs shifted restlessly under the blanket, fingers curling and uncurling. Every few seconds, a tiny whimper slid out of her, the sound she sometimes made when a dream went just a little wrong. Sweat darkened her hair near the temples. The bathroom door was open wider than I remembered leaving it. Not much, maybe an inch or two more, but enough that the gap looked different. The slice of darkness beyond it extended further into the room, reaching across the carpet like something stretching. The monitor in my hand, which had been full of that voice a second before, went quiet the moment my foot crossed the threshold. Not a fade, not a stutter. One word cut cleanly in half, then nothing. The only sounds left were Lily's hitched breathing, the tiny electric whine of the camera motor as it tracked me, and the low buzz of the monitor's own fan. The LEDs along its edge dropped back down to their resting level. The screen showed me standing there, a pale distortion leaning over the crib. I stepped closer, feeling the familiar give of the rug under my feet. My eyes went to the camera in the corner, its little red light glowing steadily, then to the bathroom door again. From where I stood, I could see through the crack. A slice of tile floor, the base of the sink, the darker rectangle of the far doorway into my parents' room. That door, I knew, was closed and locked. I had checked it myself, twice. But the darkness between those two frames, the bathroom door and the bedroom one beyond, looked wrong, too dense, like a mouth held just slightly open in a face you could not see. "Lily," I said again, softer, more to anchor myself than to wake her. She whimpered, rolled onto her side, and muttered something in her sleep that I could not catch. Her cheek was flushed. Her hair clung damply to her neck. I put my free hand on the crib rail, the wood solid and familiar under my palm. I wanted to vault over it, scoop her up, and leave the room without looking anywhere else. I wanted to drag her downstairs, sit her on the couch, and wait for my parents to come home with all the lights on. Instead, I forced myself to stand still and listen. The house held its breath. Upstairs, no more voices, no creaks, no static. Downstairs, the faintest suggestion of the fridge cycling on again drifted up through the floor. On the monitor, the sound level LEDs bobbed once, catching the small noise of Lily's next exhale, then settled again. The device vibrated faintly against my fingers, its fan and internal circuits doing their work as if nothing had changed. But something had. The voice had known her name. It had spoken it inside this room, close enough to the microphone for the monitor to catch. It had talked to my sister in a tone that implied familiarity. And now, standing there with the nightlight painting the walls and that too dark gap between bathroom doors staring back at me, I could not shake the feeling that whatever had been inside the signal was not gone. It was simply quiet. 4.2. Between two doors. For a few seconds, I just stood there, not moving, one hand on the crib rail and the other wrapped around the monitor like it was some kind of useless plastic lifeline. Lily shifted under the blanket, a little whimper catching in her throat. Her lashes fluttered, but she did not fully wake up. My brain split in two. One part was yelling, "Pick her up. Take her downstairs. Get out of this room." The other part, the one trained by a lifetime of being told not to overstimulate a sleeping kid, whispered, "If you wake her up completely, you will be stuck with an overtired 3-year-old for hours. And for what? A weird noise on a cheap monitor?" I stood there in that argument while the blue light from the nightlight soaked into my skin and the bathroom crack gaped like a thin vertical wound in the darkness. Lily murmured again, a word I could not catch, and rolled onto her side, pulling the stuffed reindeer closer. The monitor in my hand hissed softly, catching the sound of her breath and throwing it back at me from a distance of a couple of feet. I made myself move. Leaving her in the crib, I stepped away, crossing the rug toward the bathroom doorway. The closer I got, the more the blue glow faded, swallowed by the deeper dark beyond the threshold. From the hall side, the bathroom always looked small and ordinary. From this angle, from Lily's room, it felt longer somehow, like a short tunnel connecting two separate worlds. I stopped with my toes, just at the line where carpet turned into cold tile. The bathroom was almost completely dark. I could see the pale outline of the sink, the curve of the porcelain catching the faintest bit of light from Lily's nightlight behind me. The mirror was a tall rectangle of flat shadow, no reflections, just a black slab on the wall. The air in there smelled faintly of bleach and lemon cleaner, with an underlayer of something else. Old steam, damp towels that had not dried right months ago, the stale breath of a room that did not see daylight often enough. Beyond the sink, deeper in the dark, was the second door, the one that led into my parents' bedroom. I knew exactly where it was, could have walked to it blind, but right then, it felt like a shape my eyes could not quite pin down. A vertical absence in the black. I lifted the hand that was not holding the monitor and slid it along the wall until my fingers found the bathroom light switch. For a second I hesitated, stupidly afraid that turning the light on would reveal something I was not ready to see. Then I pushed it up. The light came on in a harsh yellow wash that seemed almost violent after the blue softness behind me. The fan in the ceiling clicked and started humming. The glare flattened everything. The white sink, the chrome faucet, the toothpaste smears near the drain, the ring of hard water at the bottom of the tub. For one fraction of a second, in the instant between dark and full light, I thought I saw movement near the second door. A shadow pulling back, like someone had been standing too close and had just stepped out of the frame. By the time the bulbs were fully bright, there was nothing there but the narrow door, shut, its brass knob dull and still. My heart was hitting so hard it made my vision pulse. I stepped fully onto the tile. The cold came up through my socks. The monitor crackled once in my hand, as if the change in light had confused it. then settled back into broadcasting Lily's small, uneven breathing. I crossed the bathroom in 3 steps that felt longer than they should have, and wrapped my fingers around the master bedroom doorknob. Locked before. Unlocked now, courtesy of panic and the small key in the hallway. I turned it and pushed the door open with my shoulder, holding the monitor up like it would do anything against whoever might be on the other side. The master bedroom greeted me with its usual smell. My dad's aftershave, my mom's lotion, the faint, dusty odor of carpet that had seen too many rushed mornings. The overhead light was off, but enough yellow bled in from the bathroom that I could see the shapes of everything. The bed was unmade, blankets twisted into a loose hill in the middle. My mom's pillow still had the faint indentation from where her head had been the night before. My dad's side looked more wrecked, like he had gotten up and sat there for a while before leaving. A TV on the dresser opposite the bed stared back at me, screen black, tiny red power light glowing in the bottom corner. The dresser held the usual clutter: framed photos leaning against the wall, a couple of bottles of perfume and cologne, a small dish with my mom's earrings in it. The door to the walk-in closet was slightly open, a vertical slice of deeper black beyond. The curtains over the window hung straight down, barely stirring. I did a quick sweep, the way you do when you are scared enough to look, but too scared to really see. I crossed to the bed and dropped to my knees, shoving the monitor under the bed frame to light up the gap beneath. Dust bunnies, a lost slipper, an old magazine. No feet, no hands. I stood and walked to the closet, each step on the carpet sounding too loud in my own ears. I grabbed the edge of the door and pushed it open fast, like I could surprise whatever was inside. A wave of laundry smell came out, dryer sheets and worn cotton. Shirts and dresses hung in dense rows, swaying a little from the motion. I parted them with my free arm, half expecting to feel something solid where fabric should be. Nothing, just hangers and cloth, and the faint personal ghosts of my parents' daily lives. At the window, I hooked a finger under the curtain and pulled it back an inch. The glass reflected the bathroom light behind me, making it hard to see outside. Beyond my own faint shape, the backyard stretched out as a darker patch. The fence, a jagged line. No faces at the glass. No silhouettes. The window latch sat exactly where it always was. Metal clicked firmly into place. The whole time, the sound from the monitor looped in my hand. Lily's breathing. The slight snuffle of her nose. Once a soft hitch when she rolled over. No other voice. No deeper tone. Just my sister. Recorded and replayed in real time like some kind of proof of life. Everything looked normal. I turned the bedroom light on for a moment, just to burn the image of the room into my brain in case I needed to argue with myself later. Unmade bed, dresser, closet, curtains. No man in the corner. No shadow behind the door. No shoes that did not belong. Then I turned it back off. The dark rushed in the instant the switch snapped down, heavier than before, crowding the edges of the doorway as I stepped back into the bathroom. The bright yellow bathroom light suddenly felt harsh, exposed. I reached for the switch there too, and hesitated again. Turning lights off meant trusting the dark. Leaving them on meant admitting I was scared enough to keep the whole upstairs blazing until my parents got home. I turned it off. The fan died with a small click, leaving a ringing quiet in its wake. The blue glow from Lily's nightlight spilled in, weaker at this distance, painting the sink and the edge of the tub in faint color. The rest of the bathroom dropped into shades of gray, the second door now just a darker rectangle in a room of dark shapes. Stepping back into Lily's room felt like stepping into a smaller, more fragile world. The nightlight's pool of light held the crib, the dresser, the rug. Everything beyond that small circle might as well have been miles away. I went back to the crib, setting the monitor quietly on the edge of the mattress for a second so I could adjust her blanket. She had kicked it down to her knees. I pulled it back up over her chest, tucking it gently under her arms, the way my mom always did. For a moment, her eyes opened. They were glassy with sleep, pupils wide in the low light. She did not look at me. Her gaze slid past my shoulder toward the bathroom doorway. It fixed there for a second, unfocused but intent, like she was seeing something I was blocking. "Hey," I whispered, forcing a smile she probably could not see. "You are okay. Go back to sleep." Her eyes tracked that dark gap between the doors a moment longer. Then slowly, her lids drooped shut again. Her mouth relaxed, and the next breath she took came out in a long, shivery sigh. The monitor, now back in my hand, caught that sigh and fed it back to me a half second later, a faint echo of the same sound in my ear. I clicked the volume down one notch, suddenly unable to stand hearing such a fragile noise amplified. I backed toward the door, watching her the whole time. The tree of shadows on the wall, the bars of the crib, the outline of her small body under the blanket. They all felt like something I needed to memorize, just in case this was the last time I saw them exactly like this. At the threshold, I stopped. Something tugged at the edge of my vision, down and to the right, near the bathroom doorway. On the tile just inside, where the blue light barely reached, there was a smudge, a faint, pale shape in the thin layer of dust that never completely went away, no matter how much my mom wiped. It was the size of a shoe print, but not Lily's. Longer, narrower, with the suggestion of individual toes at the front instead of the flat oval a sock leaves behind. The heel looked cleaner, like weight had been there recently, pressing down. I blinked and leaned a little closer, heart ticking hard in my throat. In the dim light, the mark seemed to resolve, then fade, then resolve again. Patterns in the dust, I told myself. Nothing. Just your brain making shapes. When I blinked again, the print, if it had ever been there, was just part of the uneven gray on the tile. No clearer than a cloud face in the sky. I stepped back into the hallway, pulled Lily's door almost shut, leaving the same narrow gap of light. The attic hatch loomed above me at the other end of the hall, its edges lost in shadow. Downstairs, the TV waited on mute, the Christmas tree lights still cycling between bright and dim, like a slow, mechanical heartbeat. I told myself I was overreacting. Then I went back down anyway, the monitor clutched in my hand, listening to a house that no longer sounded as harmless as it used to. 4.3, when he said my name. Going back downstairs after that felt like walking away from something I should have stayed to watch. Every step down the staircase scraped against the part of my brain that was already sure I was making a mistake. But habit is stronger than fear when you have spent your whole life being told not to overreact. By the time I reached the bottom, I had already built a new little wall of explanations in my head. The voice I heard? Glitch. Some weird overlap with a neighbor's baby monitor or a cordless phone. The way the bathroom door had been more open than I remembered. My own bad memory. The possible footprint on the tile. Dust and shadows. The house had given me countless small noises over the years, and nothing had ever happened. I told myself all of that as I walked into the living room, even though it did not sit right anywhere inside me. The TV was still on mute, frozen on a paused frame of cartoon snow. The Christmas tree lights cycled calmly from bright to dim and back again, throwing slow-moving shadows up the walls. The couch looked like it always did, one cushion slightly sunken from where I usually sat, a throw blanket crumpled in the corner, a sock I did not remember taking off lying near the edge. The baby monitor lay where I had set it down in my rush to go upstairs. I picked it up and sat with my back against the couch this time, closer to the coffee table than to the cushions, like I could not quite convince myself to relax into the furniture again. On the screen, Lily's room reappeared. The crib, the lump of her under the blanket, the glow of the blue nightlight cloud. The bathroom door was back to being a darker rectangle beyond, not wide open, not closed, just that familiar, barely cracked line. The second door into my parents' room was not visible from this angle, swallowed in the slice of shadow. For a few minutes, nothing moved. Lily lay still, one foot visible near the bars, ankle bare where her pajama leg had ridden up. The camera made a soft mechanical adjustment, recentering her. Upstairs, in real life, her breathing came through the speaker in my hand. Small, uneven, with a tiny catch every few exhalations. The remnants of recent crying. The house started to quiet down around us in a way that felt deliberate, like someone turning dials. First, the heater finished a cycle and shut off, the vent's whisper fading into nothing. Then the fridge, which had been humming in the background this whole time, clicked and went still. The faint road noise outside thinned as late commuters finally made it home and closed their doors. For a brief, weird moment, it felt like the entire neighborhood had taken a breath and was holding it. I remember being aware of my own body in that silence in a way I usually was not. The thump of my pulse in my fingers where they gripped the monitor. The small crack in my left thumbnail catching on the plastic. The way my back muscles ached from the angle I was sitting at, knees drawn up, elbows braced. I thought about calling my parents. My mom would answer with hospital noise in the background, beeping, distant voices, some co-worker laughing too loudly. She would hear the edge in my voice and shift instantly into nurse mode, asking questions, trying to triage the situation from miles away. My dad would tell me to check the doors, check the windows, not to scare Lily. If I said the word voice, there would be a long silence on the line while they both decided how seriously to take me. And then what? Ask them to come home early from the one night they had carved out for themselves? Tell them I was scared of sounds in a house I had lived in for years? I could already hear my dad's earlier line looping in my head. You are 19. You can handle watching your sister for one night. So I did what stupid, scared people do to prove they are not scared. I stayed put. The moment did not last long. The monitor's LEDs jumped without warning, all of them flaring to the top of their little scale like a spike on a heart monitor. A split second later, the speaker exploded with sound. First came Lily. Her cry tore out of the tiny unit so loud and sudden that my whole body jerked. It was not the sleepy whine of someone rolling over. It was sharp, panicked, the kind of cry that rips a child's throat on the way out. She screamed like something had reached into her dream and flipped it inside out. Over her voice, almost on top of it, came the other one. The deep, low male voice dropped into the feed so close to the microphone that it nearly blew it out. The audio crackled at the edges, distorting when he spoke, like the speaker could not quite handle how near he was. There was no mistaking it now, no way to frame it as distant or accidental. This was someone in the room, close to the camera, inches from my sister's crib. And in that washed out, awful mix of static and crying and breath, I heard my own name. Clear, soft, spoken in the exact tone you would use to call a friend over from another room. Noah. The monitor did not mangle it. It carried the syllables perfectly, wrapping my name in the piece of living room air between my face and the speaker. Every layer of rationalization I had built snapped in a single second. I do not actually remember dropping the monitor, but I must have, because later I found a faint crack in its casing that had not been there before. 1 second, it was in my hand, heavy and hot. The next, it was on the couch cushion, Lily's cries still pouring out of it as I bolted for the stairs. The world narrowed down to the path between the coffee table and the landing. My lungs burned by the time I hit the first step, even though it was not a long distance. My hand smacked the banister too hard as I grabbed it, the wood stinging my palm. I took the stairs 2 at a time, socks sliding a little on the carpet, knees slamming into the edge of a tread when I misjudged the distance. As I climbed, I could still hear her screaming, not just through the monitor now, but muffled through the actual ceiling above me. It had a different quality in real space, higher, more desperate, the sound of a kid who had gone from bad dream to full terror, without a breath in between. The nightlight at the top of the stairs swung its circle of yellow onto the wall as I barreled up, my shadow flaring huge and warped ahead of me. The attic hatch loomed above that pool of light, invisible boundaries pressing down from the dark. I did not stop this time. I turned down the hallway so fast my shoulder brushed the wall. Lily's door was no longer just cracked. It was half open, blue light from the nightlight spilling out in a brighter wedge than before. Her cries stabbed through it, raw and continuous. I hit the door with my hand and shoved it fully open. For a second, the whole scene in the room felt like it had been waiting for me, like a tableau snapped into place the moment I crossed the threshold. Lily was standing in the crib. Her face was red, blotchy with tears, mouth wide open, on a sob that sounded almost silent for how much effort it took her body to produce it. Her hair stuck to her cheeks in damp strands. One hand gripped the top rail of the crib so tightly her knuckles were pale. The other arm was stretched out, finger pointed straight at the bathroom doorway. The bathroom door was open all the way now, swung back to the wall. Beyond it, the master bedroom was pure, unlit dark. No bedside lamp, no TV glow, no sliver of streetlight sneaking around the curtains. Just a square of deeper black inside the already shadowed room. And there, in the narrow vertical strip of space where the bathroom doorway ended and the bedroom darkness began, was a hand. It gripped the edge of the frame from the far side, fingers curling around the wood so that only the top halves showed. The skin was pale in the blue nightlight, almost gray. The knuckles stood out bone white against the darker background, tendons taut. It was an adult's hand, not a child's. Longer, the fingers thin but strong-looking. It did not move. It just held on, as if whoever it belonged to had been peeking around the edge and then pulled back, leaving only that grip visible. There was no ring on the fingers, no tattoo, just skin, bone, and the faint shadow where the hand disappeared back into the dark. My brain labeled it before I could think anything else. Human. Not a shadow trick. Not a reflection. Not a trick of the light. A person. The breath went out of me in a short, strangled sound that may have been a word and may have just been an animal noise. Lily shrieked again, higher this time, pointing so hard her arm shook. The hand let go. There was no sound as it withdrew. No scrape of fingernails on wood. No shuffle of feet on carpet. It simply slid out of view, vanishing back into the dark beyond the door frame as if the person attached to it had stepped backward in one smooth motion. The darkness where it had been looked somehow thicker for a moment, like water disturbed, then went flat again. I stumbled to the crib, grabbed Lily under her arms, and yanked her up against my chest. She latched onto my shirt with both fists, sobs stuttering against my collarbone. I backed out of the room without turning my back fully on that doorway, my feet unsure on the carpet, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my teeth. Later, when I told the police about the hand, one of the officers asked me in a careful voice if I was absolutely sure it was not your own reflection, son. I remember staring at him for a long second, seeing flashes of that moment replay in my head. The blue light, Lily's scream, the pale knuckles around the frame. There is nothing reflective there. No glass, no mirror, no shiny metal, just paint and wood. And the hand I saw was on the wrong side of the frame. 5.1. Flight response. There is a point where you stop thinking in words and your body just takes over. That was what happened the second that hand slid back into the dark. Whatever part of me had been trying to reason with the night, with the monitor, with the house, just snapped off. I did not make a plan. I did not weigh options. I did not consider grabbing anything except the one thing that mattered. I grabbed Lily. My hands went under her arms so fast that I barely supported her head. She was still screaming, the sound ripping straight into my ear as I yanked her up and out of the crib. Her legs kicked against my ribs, socks scraping my shirt. She hooked her small fists into the collar of my t-shirt and clung, hot tears soaking into the fabric at my neck. "I got you," I remember saying, though my voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. Too high, too thin. "I got you. I got you." I did not look back at the bathroom doorway. I did not look at the strip of darkness where that hand had been. The moment Lily's weight was against my chest, I turned and ran. The room blurred as I crossed it in 3 long strides. The nightlight's blue glow stretched into streaks on the wall. The crib, the dresser, the scattered toys, all of it became background detail. One last snapshot of a life that was already splitting apart. Out in the hallway, the air felt colder, sharper. The little yellow nightlight at the top of the stairs pooled light on the carpet, leaving the rest of the corridor in washed-out shadow. I kept my eyes on the stairs, on the rectangle of darker space that meant down and outside and away. But I could feel the attic hatch overhead like a weight. I did not look up. I still felt it. There is a kind of awareness you get when you know something is above you in a space you cannot see into, like swimming in deep water and knowing there is more beneath your feet than your brain can handle. As I ran down the hallway, clutching Lily so tightly she wheezed between cries, I felt that square above me, a piece of ceiling that was not just ceiling, but an opening, a hole into space where somebody could be listening, could be bending down, could be reaching. We passed under it in a second, but that second felt like it stretched. My shoulders tightened expectantly, like I was bracing for hands dropping through, for a voice right behind my ear. Nothing touched me. I hit the top step too hard. My sock slid on the edge, and for an instant, my balance went sideways. My shoulder slammed into the wall with a dull, bruising thud. Lily jolted, her scream jumping a pitch. My phone, which I had stuffed into my back pocket earlier, slammed against my hip and then half slipped out, skidding against the wall with a plastic scrape before wedging itself under my waistband. Somehow, I stayed upright. We went down fast, too fast. The stairs were carpeted, but every step still landed like a blow. My knee clipped the edge of one tread, sending a spike of pain up my leg. The banister rattled under my hand, wood smacking my palm as I gripped, lost hold, grabbed again. The house, which had been a background hum my whole life, felt hostile now. Enemy territory. Every doorway I passed looked like a mouth. The open archway into the upstairs bathroom we had just sprinted through. The barely cracked door to the linen closet. The square opening at the bottom of the stairs that led into the living room. All of them seemed too dark inside, like they were waiting for something to step forward right as I turned my back. Every shadow along the baseboards felt like it might be hiding something crouched. Knees drawn up, back pressed to the wall, waiting for the right moment to uncurl. Lily's sobs came in hot, wet bursts against my neck. She was not saying words anymore, just making a series of broken sounds that might have been no or stop in another life. Her hands bunched my shirt into fists, fabric cutting into the back of my neck. I could smell her hair, sweat, and shampoo, and the ghost of lavender lotion. We hit the bottom of the stairs and swung hard toward the front door. The living room flashed past in my peripheral vision. The TV still on mute. The cartoon colors flickering across the wall. The Christmas tree blinking steadily. Ornaments glinting. The baby monitor face down on the couch, where I had dropped it, still glowing faintly. The front door loomed ahead, like a rectangle of salvation. The porch light's glow leaked through the narrow window beside it, outlining the frame in a thin halo. My fingers did not seem to work right when I reached for the locks. The deadbolt knob slipped once under my grip. I had to wipe my palm quickly on my jeans and try again. The metal finally turned with a heavy clack that sounded too loud in the quiet hallway. The chain at the top of the door rattled when I fumbled it free. Behind me, the alarm panel on the wall started beeping its warning. Sharp, insistent tones that usually meant, "You have 30 seconds to leave or enter the code." To my panicked brain, it sounded like a countdown in some other language. Every instinct screamed at me not to look back. I could feel the weight of the staircase behind me, the open line of the hallway above it. In my mind, the image was clear. Someone standing at the top of the stairs, just outside the glow of the nightlight, watching us. Someone standing halfway down, hand on the banister. Someone standing in the doorway of my sister's room, head tilted, listening. If I turned my head, I was sure I would see something I could never shove back into the box of explanations. So I did not turn. I threw the door open. Cold hit us like a slap. The December air rushed in, knifing through the warm layers of the house, bringing with it the smell of pavement and faint exhaust. It felt clean in a way the air inside did not anymore. My breath came out in white puffs I could see, short and sharp. Outside, the sounds were smaller, farther away. The muffled rush of the highway a few blocks over. The shush of wind moving through bare branches. A dog barking once, twice, somewhere down the cul-de-sac. Christmas lights twinkled on neighboring houses, everything looking weirdly normal, like we had stepped out of one world and into another that had not gotten the news yet. The porch light cast a circle of pale yellow on the concrete, dusted at the edges with a thin skin of frost. I stepped into it barefoot, except for socks, the cold biting through the fabric instantly. Lily shivered against me, burying her face further into my shoulder, still crying. Her tears were cooling on my skin in the night air. I did not stop at the edge of the porch. I did not even close the door behind me. Our neighbor, Mrs. Green, lived directly across the street. Her porch light was on too, weaker than ours, but enough to mark her house as a goal. I left our front door yawning open and bolted down the steps, hitting the sidewalk so hard the impact rattled my teeth. The street between our houses felt suddenly too wide. The asphalt gleamed slightly in the porch lights, a thin sheen of moisture reflecting the bulbs. My socks slipped a little on the smooth surface as I ran. I adjusted my grip on Lily, arm muscles already burning, and held her tighter against me. Her sobs had downgraded into hiccups, but her hands had not relaxed. They were still clamped into my shirt, little fists shaking. Mrs. Green's driveway waited like a gray tongue leading up to her front door. The concrete was slick with a thin, invisible layer of ice near the edges where water had dripped and frozen. My foot hit one of those patches, and for a second, my heel slid out from under me. My stomach dropped. I lurched sideways, shoulder slamming into the side of her SUV with a hollow thud. The impact jolted Lily, knocking another cry out of her. I bounced off the cold metal and staggered forward, heart jackhammering, and somehow stayed upright. By the time I made it to her front step, my lungs were burning. The air felt like sandpaper going in and out. My fingers, numb now from the cold and adrenaline, barely felt the roughness of the wood under my hand as I pounded on her door. "Mrs. Green!" I shouted, voice breaking. "It is Noah. Open the door, please." My fist hammered the painted surface again and again, the sound dull and frantic in the quiet street. Behind me, across the road, our house stood with its front door still open, porch light blazing. From this angle, I could see into the dim rectangle of the entryway, the edge of the stairs, the beginning of the hallway, the soft glow from the living room beyond. As I drew breath for another shout, I heard it. A faint creak from across the street. Not the heavy slam of a door being shut decisively. Not the stomp of boots on a porch. Just a small, careful sound. The soft complaint of our own front door easing closed. I turned my head in time to see the gap narrowing, the door moving inward inch by inch as if pushed by a cautious hand. There was no silhouette in the frame, no obvious shape in the window, just the porch light catching the edge of the door as it swung, the slice of our hallway shrinking until it disappeared. The latch did not click loud enough for me to hear from where I stood. The house sealed itself back up, looking from the outside, like any other warm, safe place on a cold Thursday night. Behind me, there was the rattle of a chain, the thunk of a lock turning. Mrs. Green's porch light flicked a little as her door opened, spilling a rectangle of softer yellow light onto the step, where I stood shaking with my sister in my arms. 5.2. The police search. Mrs. Green opened the door like she had been standing right behind it, even though I knew she had been asleep. Her sleep mask was pushed up on her forehead like a crooked headband, gray hair sticking out in flattened wisps. She wore an old robe with coffee stains on the front and fuzzy slippers that had definitely seen better winters. The warm, stale smell that flowed out around her was cats and old coffee and whatever she had made for dinner hours ago. Her eyes went straight to my face, then to Lily wrapped around me like a koala, still hiccuping and shaking. Whatever she saw there wiped the grogginess off her features in an instant. "What happened?" she asked, then caught herself. "Come in, honey. Get in out of that cold." She stepped sideways and held the door wide with her body. I half stumbled over the threshold. The warmth of her house hit me like stepping into another country. The door snicked shut behind us with a soft finality that made my shoulders drop a fraction of an inch. Her living room was small and cluttered in a way ours had never been allowed to be. An old recliner sat in the center of the room, permanent butt groove in the cushion. A crocheted blanket drooped off one arm, half on the floor. A TV in the corner was muted on some cable news channel, a ticker of disasters crawling across the bottom of footage showing talking heads. A single lamp with a yellowed shade lit the room, throwing everything into a cozy amber. Cat hair floated in the air, catching the light. One of the cats, a fat orange thing, sat on the back of the recliner, tail twitching in mild annoyance at our intrusion. A second, darker one darted under the coffee table when the door shut, only its eyes visible as twin reflections beneath the wood. The contrast between this space and the house across the street hit me hard. Here, the clutter and warmth and mild stink felt almost protective. Over there, everything familiar had suddenly become part of the threat. Lily clung to me like she thought if she let go, we would be yanked backward through the wall. Her breathing had slowed slightly, but every so often she would hiccup and clutch at my shirt again. Her face was hot and damp against my neck. "Sit," Mrs. Green said, guiding me toward the recliner with a hand on my elbow. "Sit down before you fall down." I sank into the chair, Lily staying welded to my chest. My legs felt hollow, like they were made of cheap plastic. Mrs. Green shuffled to a side table and grabbed her landline phone, a beige relic with a long coiled cord, then hesitated and glanced at my pockets. "You have your cell?" "Yeah," I said, voice rough. "Yeah." I fumbled my phone out from where it had wedged at my waistband, my fingers clumsy on the screen. The display lit my face in blue white as I opened the dialer and punched in 3 digits. The ring barely finished before a calm female voice answered. 911, what is your emergency?" "There is someone in my house," I said. The words came out too fast, tripping over each other. "There is a man. There was a man. I saw his hand. He was in my sister's room. He was in the bathroom. I heard him on the baby monitor. He said my name." "Okay, slow down for me," the dispatcher said, the practiced calm in her tone almost jarring. I could hear keyboard clicks under her voice, the faint echo of other calls in the background. "You are safe right now?" "I am across the street at my neighbor's," I said. "My house is..." I rattled off the address, swallowing around the dryness in my throat. "My little sister is with me. It is just us home. My parents are at work. Is anyone injured?" I looked down at Lily, at her red, wet face, the way she was still clutching my shirt, then at my own scraped knuckles, the ache in my shoulder and knee. No, not like that. "Do you see the person now? Are they still inside the house, as far as you know?" "I do not know," I said, voice cracking on the last word. "He was in the bathroom and then..." I grabbed my sister and ran. The front door was open when we left. Then I heard it close. "Okay," she said again, in that same measured cadence. "Officers are on their way. I need you and your sister to stay where you are, with your neighbor. Do not go back to your house until the officers arrive and tell you it is safe. Is the front door locked, to your knowledge?" "I left it open," I said. "It closed after we left. I did not see who closed it." "I understand," she replied. And I believed that she understood, in the technical sense, in the way of someone who had typed 1,000 variations of this exact situation into a system. "Units are en route now. Stay on the line with me if you can." She kept me talking about what I had seen, where in the house it had been, whether I had noticed any weapons, what the person had said, while we waited. My answers started to blur together. I watched my own house through Mrs. Green's front window as I spoke. It sat there, lit from within, porch light blazing, icicle lights on the eaves still twinkling. From this angle, it looked like a postcard. The dispatcher's voice receded a little in my ears when I saw the distant flash of red and blue reflect around the curve of the cul-de-sac. A moment later, the low rumble of an engine rolled under her questions. "They are here," I said. Outside, The patrol car pulled up in front of our house, tires crunching softly on the cold asphalt. The lights rotated silently, casting red and blue bands over the siding and the few scraggly bushes my dad kept meaning to replace. The effect made our Christmas decorations look strange, like someone had dumped blood and police tape over a Hallmark card. 2 officers got out, one taller, one stockier, both in dark uniforms that made them look larger than they probably were. Their radios crackled softly as they spoke into their shoulder mics. Their hands hovered near their holsters, but did not draw. It was not a SWAT situation. It was possible intruder in a nice neighborhood with Christmas lights. "I see them," I told the dispatcher. "Okay, I am going to disconnect now," she said. "The officers will make contact with you or your neighbor after they clear the house. You did the right thing leaving, okay?" I hung up, my thumb lingering stupidly on the screen, like I wanted to call her back and ask her to keep talking. Mrs. Green had moved to stand by the window, her robe pulled tighter around her. Lily had quieted down to small, wet sniffs, thumb hovering near her mouth, eyes wide and fixed on the flashing lights. We watched as the officers approached the front door of our house. One of them tried the knob, then glanced back at the other. They exchanged a few words I could not hear, then stepped inside, shoulders slightly hunched, hands near their weapons. From across the street, the house looked even less like mine with strangers moving through it. Lights came on room by room as they swept. The entryway brightened, then the living room. A flashlight beam cut across the front windows, a bright bar slicing through the softer glow. The icicle lights on the porch flickered in the reflected flashes, turning sickly. "They will find him," Mrs. Green said quietly, more to fill the silence than because she believed it. I nodded, without taking my eyes off the house. We saw shadows move past the front windows as the officers checked downstairs. One of them appeared briefly in the large window by the stairs, a dark shape moving up, flashlight beam dancing ahead of him through the glass. The other circled outside at one point, his light probing along the side fence, then the backyard gate. Every now and then, a radio burst crackled faintly across the street. I could not make out the words, only the tone. Professional, bored around the edges, like they were working through a checklist. They checked the garage. I saw the big door tremble slightly when they tested it from the inside. They checked the sliding glass door in the back, the one that opened onto the tiny patch of yard and the fence beyond. They checked the windows, street-facing first, then the ones on the sides. From here, all I saw was the occasional glare of a flashlight sweeping across curtains and blinds. Then they pulled down the attic hatch. We watched the rectangle in the hallway ceiling drop open through the upstairs window, a square of darker shadow inside the lit hall. One officer stood at the bottom of the ladder that unfolded, holding it steady, while the other climbed a few steps up. His flashlight beam disappeared into the space above, illuminating nothing visible from our angle. I held my breath without meaning to. Mrs. Green's hand, bony and warm, found my forearm and squeezed. Lily pressed her face into my shoulder again, uninterested in this part, worn out from crying. After a minute, the officer came back down. The hatch folded up and shut, turning the ceiling into just a ceiling again. No one came out of the house in cuffs. No one came out at all for a few minutes. The patrol car sat with its engine idling, lights still rotating. The night around us stayed otherwise quiet, the occasional passing car slowing briefly when it saw the flashing colors, then speeding up again. Eventually, the taller officer appeared at our front door, now fully open, and stepped out onto the porch. He spoke into his radio once more, then looked both ways along the street. A moment later, he and his partner crossed toward us. Mrs. Green opened her door before they could knock. They took us into our foyer to talk, after confirming my parents' numbers and asking if I wanted Mrs. Green to stay. She stood just behind me like a backup presence, arms crossed tightly over her chest. Lily had finally fallen asleep against my shoulder, her tear-streaked face slack, fingers still tangled in my shirt. The foyer felt smaller, with 2 uniformed officers standing in it, their belts heavy with radios, cuffs, and metal. The Christmas wreath on the inside of the door looked faintly ridiculous next to the holstered guns. "House is clear," the taller one said. His name tag read Harris. His partners said Lopez. We did not find anyone inside. No sign of forced entry. All your windows and doors were locked except the front, and the alarm panel shows you never armed it after your parents left. "I saw him," I said, throat tight. "He was in the bathroom. I saw his hand. I heard him on the baby monitor. He said my name. Harris nodded, but there was a hint of that doubting half-squint in his eyes now. "I believe that you believe it look." We checked the bathroom, the bedrooms, the closets, under all the beds, he said. "Garage is empty. Backyard is undisturbed. Nothing appears to have been taken." Lopez, the stockier one, added, "We also pulled the attic ladder and took a look up there. Mostly storage. Boxes, holiday decorations, some old furniture. Nothing obvious out of place." He glanced up toward the ceiling as he spoke, as if he could see through it. I followed his gaze. The hatch sat flush with the plaster, its edges a neat rectangle above the nightlight in the hall. It looked innocent in the worst way. "Attic looks mostly like storage," Lopez continued, more casually now. "But someone has been up there recently. We saw footprints in the dust by the hatch. Could be your dad if he was up there getting decorations or something." "My dad has not been up there in months," I said automatically. "We brought the Christmas stuff down a while ago. He has been working nights. He barely has time to sleep." Lopez shrugged, the gesture small, trying not to look like it meant anything. "Dust shifts," he said. "Fiberglass, air currents, rodents. It does not necessarily mean anything." But it did. I pictured the faint, dusty mark on the bathroom tile. The way the officer's boots must have left clearer, heavier prints up there in that cramped space. Somewhere above us, in the dim triangle of the roof, there was a trail of steps pressed into gray powder that did not belong to anyone in my family. 5.3, not enough to be believed. My parents got there before the officers were even done filling out whatever form needed filling out. I heard their SUV before I saw it, engine too loud from an overdue oil change, tires crunching over the cold asphalt as it jerked into our driveway. The front door opened, and my mom was suddenly in the foyer, still in her hospital party dress, her hair half coming down, her makeup streaked from crying in the car. My dad was right behind her, tie crooked, shirt untucked, eyes blown wide. They did not stop for introductions. They brushed past Harris and Lopez as if the uniforms were pieces of furniture. My mom's hands were already reaching for Lily before she said anything, sliding her daughter out of my arms and pulling her in so tight Lily squeaked. "Are you okay? Did he touch you? Are you hurt?" It all came out in one breath. Her hands moved over Lily's hair, her cheeks, her arms, checking for injuries that were not there. My dad's gaze landed on me next, scanning for blood, bruises, anything visible. "You all right?" he asked, but it sounded more like, "Tell me you are all right, so my world does not collapse." "I am fine," I said, my voice doing that thin, shaky thing again. "We are fine." We were not fine, but we were unbroken. That was the standard in that moment. The officers went through the story with them, the abridged version. Possible intruder. Kid did the right thing by getting his sister out. House is clear. No sign of forced entry. Then it was my turn to talk. I had already told it once, to the dispatcher, to the officers in bullet point form. But now, with my parents staring at me, Lily's face pressed into my mom's dress, I tried to lay it out in order. "The monitor," I started, feeling every word stick. There was static earlier, then a voice. I thought it was a glitch, but it sounded like someone was talking to her, in her room. "On the monitor?" my dad asked, his eyebrows pulling together. "In the room," I said. "Through the monitor." He knew her name. He said, "Lily." I went up, checked the bathroom, your room. I did not see anyone at first. I saw a footprint, I think. Then later, I could hear myself starting to rush, piling detail on detail, trying to get ahead of the skepticism I could already feel coming. The more I talked, the further away from normal the words sounded. Later, the monitor went crazy again. She started screaming, and over her, I had to stop and swallow. He said my name, through the speaker, like he was standing right there. And when I ran up, she was standing in the crib, pointing at the bathroom. The door was open, and I saw a hand on the doorframe, holding on from the other side. My mom winced, my dad's jaw tightened. "A hand," he repeated, "in our bathroom." "On your door?" I said, like someone was hiding behind it, holding on, watching. It was a man's hand. Pale, long fingers. It was there, and then it wasn't. I grabbed her and left. I could see the moment the story tipped from "something bad happened" to "this might be more emotion than fact" in their eyes. They did not mean to do it. It just slid across their faces. That flicker of doubt, of trying to fit what I was saying into the box labeled explainable. Harris jumped in then, professional and neutral. "What your son is describing is very frightening," he said. "You absolutely did the right thing by leaving the residence and calling us. Better safe than sorry." His tone was steady, but there was that slight edge under it. The one that said, "And it probably was nothing, but we have to treat it like something." "We have had cases before where baby monitors pick up stray signals," Lopez added. "Neighbors' TV audio, other baby monitors, even cordless phones. It can sound very real in the moment." "That does not explain the hand," I said. Shadows can play tricks, especially when you are already on edge, Harris said carefully. The human brain is good at seeing patterns that fit what it expects to see. That does not mean you did anything wrong. It just means we did not find anyone. We also made note of your concern about a squatter, given that news article you had on the fridge, Lopez said, nodding toward the kitchen. With no sign of forced entry and nothing missing right now, there is not much more we can do tonight. We will file the report. If anything else happens, if you hear anything, see anything, call us back. Do not hesitate. It sounded like a script, a well-practiced one. They took a few more notes, asked my parents a couple of questions about when they had last been in the attic, whether they had noticed anything missing from storage, whether any doors were usually left unlocked. Then they left us in the foyer with the taste of their polite disbelief hanging in the air. The patrol car rolled away, the lights finally going dark. The house felt bigger and emptier without the red and blue reflections. My dad's first reaction was practical. It always is. "We are changing the locks," he said, more to himself than to us, pacing the entryway. "Tomorrow. And I am getting more cameras. Real ones. None of this cheap baby monitor crap. We should have done it when we moved in." My mom stood in the hallway, rocking Lily in her arms, even though she had finally stopped crying. Her hands kept smoothing the back of Lily's hair over and over, like she could erase the whole night by rubbing out the tangles. "I am not sleeping in this house," she said abruptly. "We cannot just leave," my dad answered. "We have work in the morning." "I do not care about work," she snapped, then deflated. "I am not putting her back in that room tonight." There was a ground between those two positions, and we landed there by default. We stayed, but none of us slept where we were supposed to. My parents made the master bedroom into a kind of lifeboat. They pulled back the covers and put Lily in the middle of the bed, between them, on top of the sheets. My mom got under the blanket on one side and wrapped an arm over Lily's stomach. My dad lay on the other side, still in his undershirt and dress pants, one hand resting near the edge of the mattress like he was ready to push himself up at any noise. They offered me the couch downstairs, or the floor in their room. I chose the floor, dragging in a spare blanket and pillow, setting myself up near the foot of the bed. It felt wrong to put a whole floor between me and what might still be above us. The baby monitor came in too, because my mom could not quite bring herself to leave it in Lily's room, and could not quite bring herself to throw it away either. She switched it off, every light going dark, and set it face down on the nightstand like a guilty animal. The cord hung off the edge, unplugged, a limp tail. The house felt different, with all of us piled into one room. The usual geography of our lives, separate beds, separate doors, had collapsed into this one rectangular box. The heater cycled on and off, pipes ticked. The attic above us stayed silent in the way that made every tiny sound suspect. I lay on my side, eyes open, staring at the strip of light coming in around the edges of the curtains from the street lamp outside. Every time the house creaked, my body flinched. Every time my dad shifted on the mattress, the springs complained, and I had to talk myself down from the idea that something was moving under the bed. At some point, After an hour or 10 minutes or 3 years, I realized my phone was still in my pocket. I pulled it out carefully, trying not to rustle the blanket too much. The screen lit the underside of my chin and the ceiling above me in a cold blue. The time glared back, 2:37 a.m. My notification bar was a mess. Missed calls from my parents from earlier, texts from friends asking how finals went, an email I did not care about, and nestled among them, one alert from an app I barely thought about most days. Baby watch, motion detected in monitored room. The timestamp was from hours earlier, right around when I first started hearing the static. I thumbed the notification open. The app stuttered awake, slow on our spotty Wi-Fi. A thumbnail loaded, a still frame from the clip it had flagged. It was Lily's room, in night vision gray. The crib was on the right side of the frame, the familiar bars casting long shadows. The far wall and the bathroom door were on the left. In the thumbnail, Lily was lying down, head turned toward the camera, eyes open and reflecting white like a cat's in a flash photo. That alone would have been enough to make my stomach tighten. But it was the space beside the crib that froze me. Right at Lily's eye level, between the crib and the edge of the frame, the image warped. It looked like someone had tried to smear that part of the picture with their thumb. The lines of the wall bent inward and then out again, like heat shimmer. The bars of the crib nearest the distortion blurred and doubled, as if something had passed in front of them too fast for the frame rate to handle. If I stared long enough, I could almost make out the outline of a shoulder, the suggestion of a head turned slightly toward her. It was nothing you could print out and circle for a jury. It was everything my gut had already known. I lay there on the floor of my parents' bedroom, phone screen lighting my face, listening to them breathe and to the house pretend to rest, and watch that frozen frame of something half in the room and half not. I did not show it to anyone that night. I just turned the screen off, set the phone face down next to the monitor on the nightstand, and lay back down, staring at the ceiling I knew was not the last layer between us and whoever had already learned all our names. 6-1. Days of pretending. It was over. If you had driven past our house in the weeks after that night, you would have thought everything was fine. Actually, you might have thought things looked safer than fine. We had new hardware glittering by the door, little black circles in the corners of windows, and my dad's truck parked in the driveway more often, like a quiet warning sign. From the street, it looked like any other family tightening things up for the holidays. Inside, we made an unofficial agreement. We were not going to say, out loud, that we thought a man had been in the house. Not in front of Lily, not in front of each other, if we could help it. The official story became weird tech glitch plus bad dreams, a scare, a misunderstanding. The other story, the one with the voice that knew our names and the hand on the frame, lived under that one like a second layer of wallpaper. We all knew it was there. We just pretended we had never seen the edges peeling up. My dad threw himself into upgrades. That was how he coped. Projects. Within 2 days, there was a new video doorbell screwed into the siding by the front door. I watched him install it on a Saturday morning, his hands moving fast, jaw locked, eye bags darker than usual. The drill whined as he put in the mounting plate. He double-checked the wiring 3 times, then stood on the porch and waved at his phone until the app finally showed his own face looking tired and washed out. "See?" he said, turning the screen toward us as if proof of pixels meant proof of safety. "We will get a notification if anyone gets near the front door. Packages, solicitors, whoever." He ordered an indoor camera too, a small black dome that went up in the corner of the living room near the ceiling, angled toward the entryway and the stairs. It had a tiny ring of infrared LEDs around the lens that were invisible to the naked eye, but showed up as alien gemstone bright if you looked at it through the phone screen. "Now, we will see if anyone comes in when we are not home," he said. He changed the locks himself, even though a locksmith would have been faster. New deadbolts, new keys on a new ring that clinked differently when he put them in the dish by the sink. He checked the windows, tested every latch with a little more force than necessary, muttering under his breath. My mom helped in her own way. She cleaned. Not Saturday tidy cleaned. Deep cleaned. She stripped the beds in all the rooms, even the guest room that barely got used, and washed every sheet in hot water. She wiped down baseboards, scrubbed the bathroom, till the lemon cleaner smell was so strong it made my eyes water. She changed out the shower curtain in the Jack and Jill bathroom, as if mildew might be the real enemy. "We are resetting," she said once, catching my eye over the laundry basket. "Fresh start." For Lily's sake, they decided it had been a bad dream and a broken baby monitor. They told her the monitor was sick, and that is why it had to go away. The physical device got shoved into a box in the garage, but it still felt like it was in the house, humming quietly, just out of sight. For a while, Lily slept in their room every night. They made a little nest for her on top of the comforter between them, with 2 of her stuffed animals, forming a soft barricade at the edges. She accepted this new arrangement without complaint, as if the idea of going back to her own room had sunk under some line she could no longer cross. She did not talk about him anymore. She did not point at the ceiling or the bathroom door and say strange, half-formed things. But she would not, under any circumstances, let anyone leave the Jack and Jill bathroom door even slightly open when she passed by. If we used that bathroom during the day, she would stand in the hallway and watch until we shut both doors firmly. Click, click. If she saw the parents' door cracked half an inch, she would pad over in her socks and push it closed with both hands, small brow furrowed in concentration, like she was performing a serious job. "Close it," she would say if we forgot. All the way. On the surface, life rolled forward. I went back to classes. Finals ended, and the spring semester schedule started. The same drive along 380, the same patch of highway where the lanes narrowed, the same gas station coffee that tasted burnt no matter which pot I chose. I sat through lectures with buzzing fluorescent lights overhead and stale air in the room, took notes I knew I would barely look at again, checked my phone under the desk like everyone else. I picked up cheap fast food and ate it in my car between classes and work, fries going cold in the cardboard sleeve while I scrolled through my feeds. I laughed at dumb group chats. I half listened when friends complained about their parents or their jobs or their exams, nodding at roughly the right spots. On paper, it was normal. But every evening, when the sun went down and the Christmas lights in the neighborhood started blinking themselves awake again, something in me tightened. The part of my brain that kept track of what time my parents' shifts ended started running on its own. I noticed how long the house was empty between my getting home and my mom's SUV pulling into the driveway. I counted the minutes Lily and I were alone when I was babysitting. I left lights on more often, forgetting to switch them off when I left a room. The hall light outside my bedroom stayed on most nights, bleeding under my door in a pale strip. I stopped turning the TV completely off if I was the only one downstairs. Mute, maybe. But the picture stayed on, moving, proof of life on a glass panel. I did not touch the baby monitor app. I did not open the saved clips again. The notification with the blurred thumbnail got buried under new notifications, pushed down the stack, but I knew exactly where it lived in my history. Every time my thumb hovered near that app's icon, my stomach flipped. I scrolled past quickly, like skipping a photo of something I did not want to remember. The new indoor camera connected to a different app, one my dad proudly showed me the first night we had it set up. "Look," he said, tapping his phone. The screen showed our living room from high up in one corner, slightly fisheye, the couches and coffee table warped at the edges. "Looks like a fish tank," I said. "If anything moves in here when we are out, we will know." I nodded, tried to match his confidence, but some part of me kept picturing that other distortion, the one beside the crib in the frozen frame that was not supposed to exist. Cameras showed what they were pointed at. They did not show what was already above you. On the days when Lily did go back to her own room, my mom sat with her longer at bedtime. She would stay in the doorway until Lily's breathing evened out. Sometimes I would see the glow of her phone screen in the crack of the door, her silhouette hunched on the floor, unwilling to fully leave, but also unwilling to crawl into the crib like she probably wanted to. If I passed the Jack and Jill bathroom at night now, I shut my eyes for the 2 steps it took to get by, like I was walking past the open mouth of something sleeping. We all pretended it was over, and it almost was, in the way a storm can be over, even while the pressure it leaves behind is still messing with your head. Then, one late night, the house reminded me that it was not finished speaking. It was maybe a week and a half after the police came. I had stayed up too late again, bouncing between half an assignment and half a show, never fully committing to either. My parents had gone to bed. The living room was lit only by the sagging string of leftover Christmas lights along the curtain rod and the pale wash of the TV. I got hungry in that bottomless, bored way that does not have anything to do with actual hunger and everything to do with not wanting to go to sleep yet. I padded into the kitchen in socks, the tiles cold through the thin fabric. The house was in night mode again. Hall lights off, only the little green LED on the stove, the blue of the microwave clock, and the glow from the living room. The air felt still, the heater between cycles. I opened the fridge. The interior light popped on, bright and white and too much. It carved the kitchen into sharp shapes, shelves lined with jars, the rubber gasket around the door, the magnet-studded side of the fridge glowing in reflected light. Cold air rolled out over my knees. I stood there, one hand on the edge of the door, staring blankly at leftover takeout containers and a carton of eggs, like I was looking into a small cave. The hum of the compressor filled the space in front of me, a low mechanical drone that I usually did not even notice. That was when I heard it. Not from the living room, not from the street outside, from above. It was an incredibly soft sound, the kind of thing you only catch because everything else has gone very, very quiet. A dry, almost inaudible slide, like plastic rolling a few inches on wood and then stopping. It came from the hallway overhead, the one that ran past my room, past Lily's room, past the bathroom, and the attic hatch. The sound of something small but solid shifting its position by just enough to be different. I froze, hands still on the fridge door, my body half in, half out of the square of cold light. The humming of the compressor suddenly seemed deafening. The rest of the house held still. I stared at the floor in front of me, seeing in my mind the line of that hallway above, the hatch in the ceiling, the narrow beams under the insulation, the boxes of decorations and old clothes stacked in corners. The sound did not repeat. I stood there with the fridge door open, cold pooling around my ankles, my breath fogging in the chill between me and the shelves, and listened to a house that was not quite finished, pretending nothing had ever happened over our heads. 6.2. Can you check the attic for me? It did not happen right away. The house is good at waiting. Christmas slid past in the way it always does in our kind of family. Half shifted, half scheduled, nobody ever fully off. We opened presents in staggered rounds. My dad filmed Lily, tearing at wrapping paper like it was her job. My mom fell asleep on the couch, twice between video calls with my brother. Through all of it, that night stayed around us like a draft. The new doorbell chimed in a polite little tone whenever a package showed up or some bored kid hit it and ran. The indoor camera occasionally lit up my dad's phone with clips of us walking through the living room, doing nothing strange. We let those notifications pile up without watching most of them. January crept in, cutting the leftover sparkle out of the neighborhood. The inflatable Santas deflated. Snowmen went dark. Lights got yanked off gutters and shoved back into boxes. The street went from looking enchanted to looking tired. It was a gray afternoon, a couple weeks after Christmas, when my mom asked me. We were in the kitchen. She was standing at the island, sorting through a pile of mail. Hospital forms, coupon flyers, a card that had arrived late from some relative in another state. The Christmas decorations we had taken down that morning sat in a neat stack by the hallway. 2 big plastic bins with red lids, 1 battered cardboard box with "tree" written on the side in my dad's handwriting. "Can you take those up to the attic for me?" she asked without looking up. My stomach dropped like I'd missed a stare. For half a second, I thought she was kidding. It felt like the setup to a bad joke. "Hey, remember the place over our heads where a stranger might have lived? Go in there alone with the stuff that makes the house look safe." She must have seen something in my face, because she finally lifted her eyes. "It is just the decorations," she said, trying for casual. "Your dad is on nights this week. I do not want to wait until his next day off. They will just sit there and get in the way." "You could leave them in the garage," I said, too fast. She shrugged. We do not have space. You know that. And I am not dragging them up there with my back. Her tone stayed light, but I could hear the edge beneath it. The same one I heard when she was telling a patient bad news in the gentlest words possible. What she was not saying was, I do not want to go up there either. The resentment burned up before I could stop it. They were the adults. They were the ones who had spent 2 weeks telling themselves and each other that everything was fine now, that the police had checked, that the noises were nothing. And now, when it came time to test how much they believed their own story, the job slid down the family ladder. To me. The problem was, if I said no, I knew exactly how it would look. You are 19, Noah. You can handle watching your sister for one night. You can handle carrying some boxes up a ladder. The cops already went up. I heard my dad's earlier words echo in my head. I saw the look the officer had given me when he mentioned shadows playing tricks. I pictured myself saying I was too scared to go into our own attic and wanted to puke. Sure, I said. The word tasted bitter. Yeah, I got it. I told myself it was fine. The police had already been up there. They had shined their flashlights around, seen nothing but boxes and dust and decorations. If they missed something, that was on them, not me. All I was doing now was putting plastic bins back into the space they had already declared mostly storage. I grabbed the first bin, fingers digging into the cold plastic handles, and carried it down the hallway. The attic hatch sat in the ceiling above the upstairs landing like a scar. Neat, rectangular, edges just a hint darker than the plaster around it. The pull string hung down, brushing the top of the hallway nightlight when it was on. It was off now. Daylight came in from the small window at the end of the hall, flat and gray, painting everything in a pale wash. I set the bin down under the hatch and wiped my hands on my jeans, like I needed them clean for what I was about to touch. The string felt rough and familiar. I had pulled it 100 times growing up, usually without thinking. This time, it felt like a fuse. I tugged. The hatch door came down with its usual dusty creak, the hinges complaining softly. As it swung open, a blade of colder air sliced down into the hallway, bleeding around the edges of the wooden ladder folded inside. The temperature difference raised goosebumps along my forearms. The ladder unfolded in that slow, jerky way it always did, each section sliding out, the joints clicking into place. Dust shook loose as it moved, drifting down in thin gray veils. One strand caught in the light and floated past my face like spider silk. The smell from above rolled down with the air. Dry wood, fiberglass insulation, cardboard that had sat too long, something fibrous and stale. It was like inhaling the insides of an old couch. Under it, so faint I almost missed it, was another note. The ghost of sweat, of human skin, long since dried into fabric and dust. Just storage, I told myself quietly. Just boxes. The first step up onto the ladder always feels wrong. Your weight shifts in a way your body does not entirely trust. The wood flexed under my foot with a soft creak. My hand gripped the side rail, coming away dusty. I climbed slowly, the bin in my arms making me wobble more than I liked. Each rung groaned a little under me. My head rose level with the attic opening, then through it. The line of the hallway dropped away below, and suddenly I was looking into that low, sloped world that had hovered over us my whole life. Attics are strange spaces. They are part of the house, built into its skeleton, but they always feel like something separate, like stepping into someone else's lungs. The light up there came from a single bare bulb, hanging crooked from the rafters, a pull string dangling next to it. I let go of the ladder long enough to grab the string and yank. The bulb sputtered and then came on in a weak yellow glow, not nearly enough to reach the corners. Long beams stretched away from me in parallel ribs, disappearing into shadow at the far end. Electrical wiring snaked along them in looping lines, stapled here and there. The floor was not a full floor, just sheets of plywood laid over the ceiling joists, leaving gaps at the edges where insulation dipped and swelled in pale, fluffy drifts. I hoisted the bin up and onto the nearest clear patch of plywood, muscles protesting. Kneeling carefully, I pushed it forward a little, making space behind me for the next one. Fine dust puffed up around my hands. It looked, at a glance, like any other suburban attic. Boxes stacked in irregular towers, some collapsing in on themselves. Old suitcases with broken zippers, a busted floor fan, the cardboard box the fake Christmas tree came in, tape crusted at the edges, plastic tubs full of outgrown baby clothes, Sharpie scrawls fading on the lids. I told myself that was it. I could just put the rest of the bins here, climb back down, and never come up again if I did not want to. But my heart was beating harder than that task justified, and curiosity, stupid, relentless curiosity, kept my eyes moving. I went back down for the second bin, then the third. Each trip bled more hallway heat into the attic and more attic cold into the house. My palms got grittier with dust. My throat felt dry from breathing air that tasted like paper. On the third trip up, bin tucked awkwardly against my chest, I set it down next to the others and let myself look a little further. There was a path of sorts worn through the clutter, narrow, not obvious unless you were standing where I was and really looking. The plywood in that strip was a shade cleaner, less dust piled along the edges, as if someone's feet had passed over it more than once. It led away from the hatch, toward the far left corner of the attic, where the roof sloped lower. For a second, I almost turned away. Following it felt like volunteering. Instead, I found myself stepping onto that cleaner stretch of plywood. The boards creaked softly under me. I walked carefully, my toes staying strictly on the wood, avoiding the tempting flatness of the insulation between joists. The further from the hatch I got, the dimmer the light became. The corner resolved slowly out of the gloom. At first, I saw only more boxes and the dull curve of an old plastic storage bin. Then my brain caught up to what my eyes were seeing. Someone had built a wall, not a real one. No studs, no drywall, just a makeshift barrier, waist high, made of ripped cardboard boxes propped against each other and held in place with strips of duct tape and what looked like twine. The boxes were turned so their printed labels faced inward, leaving me with a patchwork of plain brown backs and tiers. A couple of them had been torn along the edges and flattened, like whoever did it needed wider panels. It was the kind of thing you make when you want to block a view, not block sound. Beyond that crooked wall, in the sliver of space, I could see where the cardboard did not quite meet the roofline. There were shapes that did not match decoration storage. I saw a rolled-up sleeping bag, a flattened pillow, the corner of what might have been a small plastic jug lying on its side. For a moment, standing there in the breathless dim of the attic, surrounded by the bones of the house, it looked a lot less like storage and a lot more like a campsite someone had been careful to hide. 6.3. The bed of someone who was not supposed to exist. There is a special kind of fear that comes when you realize the floor under your feet is not really a floor. Up there, a couple of feet from the roof, I suddenly became very aware that one wrong step would not just hurt. It would send my legs straight through the drywall into the hallway below. A narrow beam ran along the edge of the makeshift wall, just wide enough for half a foot. I shifted my weight carefully, one hand braced on a rafter over my head, and slid along it, toes feeling for solid wood. The insulation on either side looked like dirty snow, soft and innocent, until you remembered it hid nothing but long nails and air. Up close, the cardboard barrier looked more desperate. The panels had been ripped from bigger boxes, edges jagged, flaps torn off. Duct tape clung in peeling strips, itchy looking in the dim light. On one panel, I could still see part of a logo, the letters cut off. Holy. Probably from some holiday storage box we had sacrificed years ago. I hooked my fingers under the top edge of the nearest piece and pulled. It gave way with a dry, papery sound, the tape stretching and then snapping. Dust puffed out, catching in my throat. I coughed once, quietly, as if there were anyone up here left to hear me. The panel sagged, then tipped over, collapsing inward onto whatever was behind it. And behind it was a bed. Not a real bed. A nest. Someone had laid an old foam pad directly on the plywood, close to where the roof sloped low. The pad was stained and compressed, the kind of yellowed, anonymous rectangle you see on the curb on trash day and cross the street to avoid. On top of it were blankets, more than one. I recognized one immediately. It was the faded blue fleece throw my mom had been annoyed about losing back in October. She had torn apart the linen closet looking for it, then shrugged it off with a, "Someone must have taken it to the car and left it there," when it never turned up. Its pattern of little white snowflakes looked out of place up here, half buried under another heavier blanket that I did not recognize at all. That one was army green, rough, the kind of thing you might get from a thrift store or out of a trunk. A flattened pillow sat at one end of the foam pad, its case stained in a dark patch where someone's head had been over and over. Next to it lay a clear plastic water bottle, the generic kind from a warehouse pack, with maybe an inch of cloudy water still sloshing at the bottom. Beside that, crumpled wrappers, gas station snacks I knew too well, a yellow chip bag, torn raggedly, a candy wrapper, its logo turned away, a waxy wrapper from some kind of breakfast sandwich, grease having seeped through. My stomach lurched. There was more. A small stack of paper sat on top of a flattened cardboard box that had been repurposed as a table. Not a notebook exactly. It looked like someone had ripped the pages out of a spiral and kept only the sheets. They were curled at the edges, creased and smudged like they had been handled a lot. A cheap ballpoint pen, the kind my mom bought in bulk and kept in a mug by the kitchen phone, rested on top of the stack. I recognized the blue plastic cap, the way the clip was bent out a little from being hooked on things. Next to the papers, there was a fast food receipt folded over on itself. I could see the outline of the printed text through the thin paper. On autopilot, I reached for it, pinching it between thumb and forefinger. My heart was beating hard enough that I could feel it through my fingertips. I unfolded the receipt carefully. The paper crackled in the quiet. The restaurant logo at the top was one from off 380, a place I had been to more times than I could count. Below that, the items: 1 black coffee, 1 breakfast sandwich, total under $5. The date stamped near the top wasn't from months ago. It was from 3 weeks back. Not ancient. Not some leftover relic from when the house was under construction. Someone had been up here eating lukewarm gas station food while we were downstairs going about our lives. I set the receipt back down like it might bite me. On the pages beneath the pen, lines of writing crawled in uneven rows. I leaned in, squinting in the weak bulb light. The handwriting was small and cramped, letters hooked together. Some words pressed so hard the pen had torn through the paper. Most of it looked like scribbles, half sentences, numbers that might have been dates or times. A few lines were just the same looped shape, over and over, as if the writer had gotten stuck or bored. I did not fully process the words yet. I would have time for that later. What hit me first was not what was written, but the fact of it. Someone had been up here long enough to get bored, long enough to start doodling, long enough to need to write things down. My eyes traced past the bed and table to the far side of the little camp. The cardboard wall did more than hide the nest. It also blocked the view from the hatch, from the ladder, from anyone who might happen to glance up with a flashlight. Behind it, between 2 beams, the insulation had been tamped down, compressed into a narrow trough of flattened fibers. Footprints, not shoe prints exactly, just repeated places where someone's weight had gone, over and over, leaving a faint path through the fluffy stuff. The path led from the foam pad to the edge of the plywood and beyond, to where the roof dipped low. And there, at the end of that path, I saw how they had watched us. Built into the wall near the eave was a small vent opening, a rectangle of slatted metal barely wider than my hand. From the outside, you would see it as one of those little attic vents under the roofline. From here, the slats formed a narrow, crooked window looking down into the house. I shuffled closer, careful not to step off the plywood. Cold air leaked through the vent, brushing my face. The smell of outside was faint, but there. Dry air, faint hint of whatever was blooming in other people's yards. When I squinted and angled my head just right between the slats, I could see down. Not clearly, not like a movie, just impressions. Part of the Jack and Jill bathroom ceiling, the suggestion of a wall, a darker strip that might have been the hallway outside Lily's room, if you knew what you were looking at. If someone back here had memorized our house from above the way we had from inside, they would know exactly which shadows were ours. From this spot, they could hear everything. The echo of water running when we brushed our teeth. The muffled chatter of the baby monitor when when it was on. My voice reading Lily one more story she did not actually need. My parents' arguments in hushed tones late at night when they thought we were asleep. Maybe, through that slatted gap, they could see more than I could from this angle. The shifting light of the bathroom coming on, going off. The outline of bodies moving past, reduced to shadows and flickers. The small shape of a 3-year-old in her pajamas pointing at a door and saying there was someone up there. The realization hit in a wave that made me sway. This was not an empty corner some raccoon had torn into. This was a bedroom, a hidden one, directly above where we lived. Whoever had made this nest had been close enough to hear us breathe, close enough to practice our names. My mouth went dry. My tongue felt thick. For a second, the light bulb overhead seemed too bright, then too dim, pulsing with my heartbeat. My knees softened, and I had to grab a nearby rafter to steady myself. I backed away carefully, one slow step at a time, like the cardboard and foam might lunge at me if I moved too fast. The urge to turn and run, and the need not to put my foot through the ceiling battled under my skin. The ladder creaked when I reached it. The trip down felt longer than the trip up. My shoes slid a little on one rung. My hand tightened on the rail, knuckles going white. When my feet finally hit the hallway carpet, it was like coming back from a place that only half existed. I left the hatch open. I could not convince myself to reach up and close it with all of that still fresh in my head. "Dad!" I called, louder than I meant to. My voice cracked. "Dad, you need to see this." He came out of the master bedroom, phone in his hand, reading glasses low on his nose. "What?" he asked, annoyed first, then wary when he saw my face. "What is it?" "The attic," I said. You need to see the attic." There must have been something in my tone, because the irritation vanished. He put the phone down on the dresser without looking at it, adjusted his glasses, and walked toward me. He climbed slower than I had, joints stiff, one hand gripping the ladder more tightly than he would have liked to admit. I watched his head disappear into the square of the opening. For a moment, nothing. Then I heard him shift his weight onto the plywood, heard the faint scuff of his shoes as he stepped around. There was a long, terrible silence. Then, Jesus Christ. When he backed down the ladder and dropped onto the hallway carpet, his face looked different. The skepticism he had half worn like armor since the night the cops came was gone. In its place was something raw and ugly, a mix of fear and rage and violated pride. The look of someone realizing their castle had been built with the door already open. "We are calling them back," he said, no question in it at all. The second police visit felt different from the first, less patronizing, more methodical. They took it seriously now. Evidence changes tone. Flashlights cut across the attic corners. Cameras clicked. Gloved hands picked up the blankets, shaking them out gently before folding them into large, crinkling evidence bags. One of them held up the blue snowflake fleece my mom had lost, eyebrows raised. She turned away, one hand clamped over her mouth. They bagged the water bottle, careful not to smudge whatever prints might still cling to the cheap plastic. They scooped the snack wrappers into another bag, along with the fast food receipt I had unfolded. One officer traced the flattened insulation with the tip of a pen, nodding to his partner. "Looks like someone's been using this as a walkway," he said. "Probably hitting that vent a lot. Good vantage point." Down in the hallway, radios muttered. Words like trespassing and squatter and subject unknown creeping into the air. One officer, the same Harris from before, mentioned quietly that they had heard about people using attic spaces along a street, going from house to house. He said it like it was a possibility, not a guarantee. They collected the stack of notebook pages last. Lopez slid them carefully into a clear plastic sleeve, one hand holding the top edge so they would not fold. As he did, his eyes flicked down across the scribbles. He froze on one sheet. "Hey, Noah," he said, voice changing just a fraction. "Come here a second." Reluctantly, I stepped closer. My hands felt too big for my body. He turned the top page so it faced me, but still held it by the corner, careful not to smudge anything. Amid the tight, frantic writing, half words, loops, numbers. One word repeated in the middle of the page, my first name, written once in shaky letters, then again, a little neater, then again, in all caps, line after line where someone had practiced it like they were trying to make it look right in their hand. "Is this your name?" Lopez asked quietly. My throat closed around the yes. 7.1, living under the same roof. By the time I am writing this, it has been a little over 2 years since that winter. Long enough that our neighbors have mostly stopped bringing it up in those lowered voices they use when they think you cannot hear. Long enough for other stories to replace ours in the local rumor pool. Not long enough for the house to feel like it did before. I do not think it ever will. I am older now. I am not 19, sitting on the floor of my parents' bedroom with my back against their dresser, staring at the ceiling and listening for footsteps. I am 21, going on 22, still in the same suburb north of Dallas, still under the same roof I grew up under, the same one someone else claimed for a while without asking. If this were a neat story, this is where I would tell you we moved. New house, new start, new set of creeks to learn. That did not happen. Moving costs money. My parents both work at the same hospital, and if you live in this country, you already know that being in healthcare does not automatically mean you are rolling in cash. There were bills and loans and 100 reasons to stay where the mortgage was already halfway wrangled. So we stayed. We live below the place we found the nest. We do groceries and homework and birthday parties under the same ceiling that had someone else's bed pressed up against it. If you drove by now, the house would not look any different from the others on our street. The lawn gets patchy when my dad's shifts run long. The paint could probably use one more coat than it has. There are still plastic seasonal decorations that come out of bins at the right times of year. Pumpkins in October, lights in December, a faded flag in July. If you knew exactly where to look, you might catch the changes. The video doorbell is still there, but now it has a little sign taped under it. Recording in progress. My dad put that up, even though I am pretty sure the only people it actually scares off are package thieves and nervous teenagers. There is an extra camera inside now, not just in the living room, but at the top of the stairs, pointed down the hallway where the attic hatch sits. It sees nothing most nights, shadows lengthening and shrinking, Lily's small shape running toward the bathroom, my mom carrying laundry, me heading to my room with earbuds in. The attic access itself looks different. My dad added a latch that takes a key and a little white alarm sensor like the ones on the windows. If the hatch is opened even an inch, the panel by the front door beeps. It is a small sound, but in this house now, small sounds matter. We act like that makes it safe. My dad insists we have done everything we can do. He lists it sometimes, like a mantra. New locks, cameras, sensors, motion lights along the side of the house, that stupid recording doorbell. We are tighter than half the houses on this street, he says. No one is getting in here again without us knowing. My mom has settled on a different story. For her, it never went beyond some homeless guy. That is how she says it, like it is one word. She wraps the whole thing in that explanation. A homeless guy got into the attic, stayed longer than he should have, freaked us out, then left. No worse than a raccoon, just taller and with worse boundaries. People are desperate, she says. It does not mean he wanted to hurt you. I do not argue with her. I just remember the way he practiced my name over and over on notebook paper in our attic. There is a sensor now, and a key, and an alarm. None of that changes the fact that there used to be nothing between us and him but plywood, and insulation, and a cardboard wall he built himself. I avoid even looking at the hatch if I can help it. If I have to go down the hallway at night, I keep my eyes level, focused on the door I am heading toward. The square in the ceiling sits at the edge of my vision like a smudge. Sometimes I feel it there the way you feel a spider on the ceiling above your bed, aware of it in a way that is more like pressure than sight. My relationship with sound is not the same anymore either. Before all this, a house settling was just that. Background noise, part of the soundtrack of falling asleep. Now, every creak comes with its own split-second decision tree. Roof or footsteps, pipes or weight shifting, wind or someone dragging something across plywood. I used to be able to sleep in silence. I cannot now. Without some kind of noise, the smallest sound claws its way into my head and stays there. So at night, I let my phone play a loop of white noise, cheap rain sounds, box fan hum, a fake crackling fireplace. It is loud enough to cover the thinner creaks, the ticks of cooling metal, the occasional sigh of the heater ducts. It is not loud enough to cover everything. That is the point. I tell myself, if I hear something over the white noise, then it is worth waking up for. I do not like hearing through doors anymore. If I have to listen at one, if Lily is sick, if my parents are arguing, I feel my body tense exactly the way it did when I was standing in the living room holding the monitor, listening to a stranger's voice come out of my sister's room. I read more now too. Not books, articles. The kind that always start the same way. Neighbors in shock after discovery of man living in crawl space. Woman finds stranger's belongings in her attic. Family realizes they were not alone in their home. Before, Those stories read like urban legends that accidentally got printed in real newspapers. Now, they read like instructions, like warnings somebody else ignored, until their ceiling hatch folded down and they found a mattress where insulation should have been. I scroll through those articles late at night with the white noise going, the attic sitting over my head like a held breath, and feel less alone and more hunted at the same time. Where does this leave us now? It leaves me here writing to you, I guess. Your channel says you want true horror stories, or at least things that feel like they could be true. I am telling you this, the way I lived it, and you can decide how to label it for your viewers. I am not looking for advice. I am not looking for closure. I do not think there is closure for finding out someone built a bedroom over yours and used it without asking. Sometimes, when the house is quiet and I am feeling particularly stupid, I open the app for the old security system. My dad upgraded the cameras last year, but the cloud archives from the first set are still there if you know where to tap and scroll. I will go back to that winter and scrub through the clips. Front door, living room, the driveway. Fast forward bars of footage. My mom bringing in groceries, my dad leaving for work, me slouching out to my car. All of it flickers by in little gray time-lapse ghosts. I am always looking for the same thing, a gap, a moment, something we missed that explains how he got in, how he moved, what he looked like when he was not just a hand on a door frame and a voice in a speaker. One night, not long ago, I was scrolling through a clip from the front door camera. It was recorded the week after the police found the nest, when the doorbell was new, and my dad was still checking its feed 3 times a day. It was late evening in the video. The street was mostly dark, porch lights on here and there. The footage showed the usual. A car driving past, a neighbor walking their dog, a kid on a bike cutting too close to our lawn. Then a tall man in a hoodie entered the frame from the left. He walked along the sidewalk at an unhurried pace. When he reached the stretch of pavement in front of our house, he slowed. He did not stop, just let his steps lengthen into something between walking and stalling. His hood was up, shadowing his face. He tilted his head back and looked up. Not at the front door, not at the camera, at the line of the roof, at the level where the attic vents sit. He kept his gaze there for 3, maybe 4 steps, head turned slightly, like he was checking an old address. Then he dropped his eyes, adjusted the strap of the bag on his shoulder, and walked out of frame. I watched that sequence 3 times before I looked at the timestamp. It was 4 days after we found the nest. He was not walking toward our house. He was walking past it. Whatever he was looking for up there, he already knew he would not find it. 7.2. The things we never found out. If you are waiting for the part where I say, "and then they caught him," you can stop waiting. That part never came. After the second police visit, there were a lot of words. Trespassing, illegal entry, possible squatter. They bagged the blankets, the water bottle, the wrappers, the notebook pages. They took photos of the flattened insulation, the cardboard wall, the view through the vent. They promised to process everything and be in touch. What they never did was call us one day and say, "We have him." They tried. I will give them that. There were fingerprint kits, swabs, the whole CSI light routine. But the attic was a bad surface for certainty. Dust and fiberglass eat details. The bottle was smeared with too many partial prints to be useful. The pen had oils from all of us on it. The notebook pages were worse, a mess of overlapping touch. The pen strokes themselves pressed too hard into the paper to lift anything clean. If he has a record, we might get lucky, one officer said in our kitchen, hands braced on the island. If he does not, we may not. We did not. They could not even pin down who he was from the writing. The pages were scribbles, half-thoughts, times without dates, dates without context, little loops and lines. My name repeated like a nervous habit on one sheet, but no full name for him. No address, no ID number. No, this is who I am and why I am here. You would be surprised how quickly something like that slides from fact to rumor once it leaves the neat borders of an official report. For a few weeks, our street hummed with it. You could feel it when you took the trash out. Conversations would quiet as you walked past and then pick back up behind you. Mrs. Green told some of it straight, minus the details about my name, minus the baby monitor. But by the time it reached the other end of the cul-de-sac, the story had mutated. One version had the guy living in the attic for years, watching us grow up. Another said we had found a whole camp with photos pinned to the beams. Someone else claimed the cops had said it was probably a cartel thing, which made no sense at all unless you got your understanding of crime entirely from TV. The local Facebook group had its moment with it too. Someone posted a shaky screenshot of a news article about squatters in attics from another state and captioned it with something like, "Y'all, this happened on our street." There were a couple hundred comments in a day. Lock your doors. This is why I do not trust people. I sleep with my gun now. Then, almost immediately, does anyone know who set off fireworks last night at 11:30? My dog is traumatized. The thread got buried under complaints about trash pickup and teens driving too fast. People move on faster than walls do. We were left with theories. The official one, the one my parents could live with, was simple. He was a homeless guy looking for warmth, for shelter, for somewhere dry and hidden. Attics are good for that if you can get into them. He probably did not mean harm. He just picked the wrong house, stayed too long, got too close. That story works if you squint. There are encampments not that far from us, under overpasses, near the creek. Men with hoodies and backpacks and nowhere to be at night. If one of them saw the vents along our roofline and a way in through a garage, an unlocked gate, a service ladder left out, he could have made himself at home. There is another version, quieter but meaner. Maybe he was not random. Maybe he had been in the house before. A contractor when the roof was redone. An electrician. A guy who came to clean the ducts once and saw the layout from above. A relative of the previous owners who never quite let go. Someone who knew how the house breathed, who knew where sound traveled, where light leaked. I think about the timeline too much. Was he here for days? Weeks? Before that first burst of static on the monitor, how many nights did he lie on that foam pad in the dark, listening? How many times did he hear me laughing at something dumb on TV downstairs while he ate his gas station dinner above my head? There is no answer I find comforting. Lily's version of it is blurrier because she was 3. Memory, at that age, is like chalk drawings on a driveway. Bright for a while, then washed out by the next rain. Now that she is older, every once in a while she will say something sideways that brushes up against it. "When I was little," she said one afternoon, coloring at the kitchen table, "I used to hear someone singing upstairs." My mom's head snapped up. "What?" Lily shrugged, eyes still on the crayon in her hand. "I do not know. Like, not in my room. Above. Like humming. I do not remember." My dad changed the subject so fast, it made the air jump. "Who wants pizza tonight?" They shut those conversations down whenever they can. You can almost see the invisible hands reaching for the dimmer switch. Turn it down, lower the volume, blur the edges. If she does not remember, it is safer. If we do not talk about it, it is further away. My memory does not cooperate like that. I remember the first time the monitor glitched, the way I joked about it being haunted to a friend over text. I remember the soft thump over the hallway that I wrote off as old wood. I remember thinking the attic hatch looked slightly off one afternoon and pushing it closed with one hand without really registering why it bothered me. I think about all the nights I did not listen, all the ways the house tried to tell us something in its own stupid language of creaks and sighs, and how easy it was to drown it out with Netflix and half-charged phones. There is a kind of guilt that does not come from doing something wrong, but from not doing something sooner. I wonder, a lot, whether ignoring those early warnings was its own kind of invitation. Whether every time I heard static and shrugged, or heard a noise and cranked the TV up a notch, I was confirming for him that we were not really paying attention. You asked for the twist, the last piece. This is the part I have not exactly told anyone, not even my parents. When the police were up in the attic the second time, they were deliberate. They photographed everything before they moved it. They bagged items with gloved hands, talking in low, practical tones. I stayed mostly in the hallway, out of the way, feeling like a guest in my own house. At one point, while Harris and my dad were talking near the hatch, I went up again. Not far, just a few steps onto the ladder, head level with the plywood. Lopez was at the far end, near the vent, shining his flashlight along the insulation path. He had his back to me for a moment. On the floor, near the vent, a small scrap of paper fluttered in the stirred air. It had either fallen out of the pile or never made it into the stack of pages they had already collected. It was folded over once, the crease worn, like someone had worried it between their fingers. I do not know why I picked it up. Maybe I wanted to keep one piece of this that was not cataloged and filed away and forgotten by everyone else. Maybe part of me thought if I gave them everything, the story would become theirs instead of mine. I palmed it and slipped it into my pocket before anyone turned around. I did not look at it until that night, when the house was quiet and my parents were asleep. I sat on the floor of my room with my back against the bed, the attic looming above me, and unfolded the scrap. Most of the writing on it was the same cramped mess as the other pages. Little hooks and numbers, lines that started and broke off. But in the middle of the creases, pressing through them, were 3 words written clearer than the rest. I hear you too. No name, no date, no explanation. Just that. I tell myself sometimes he meant it in the literal way, that he could hear us below, the way we eventually heard him above. I tell myself it was him acknowledging the noise of a family he had inserted himself above, a note to nobody that he was not completely alone. Other nights, when the white noise machine is not quite loud enough and the house shifts in just the wrong way, I think about it differently. I think about him, lying there on his foam pad, listening to me hold my sister on the couch, listening to my parents argue, listening to me pacing under his hidden bed, and realizing that at some point, finally, I had started listening back. I heard him, and he wanted me to know that was not a one-way thing anymore. 7.3. The sound. Right before everything goes quiet. I know what kind of channel this is. I know what kind of story people usually send you. Most of the time, they end one of 3 ways. They caught the guy, they moved away, or they figured out it was something harmless, and everyone goes to bed a little easier. I am not giving you any of those. I am not telling you this so you can solve it for me in the comments, or so strangers can write theories about what really happened in my parents' attic. I am telling you so that if one day I start wondering if I imagined half of this, there will be a record somewhere outside my own head, something that says, no, this did happen, in this house, to this family, under this roof. These days, my nights look calm from the outside. If you floated above our street around midnight, you would see a pretty normal slice of suburbia. Most of the windows dark, a TV glow here and there, a few blue phone screens flickering behind curtains. Our house is one of a dozen almost identical boxes lined up along the road, each with its own versions of the same sounds. Inside my room, it is even less impressive. I sleep in the same bed I had in high school, in the same room, with the same cracked spot in the ceiling paint over by the corner. There is a small desk under the window, a hamper that always needs emptying, a stack of community college textbooks I pretend I will read more than I do. And every night, whether I want to or not, I listen. If you have never paid attention to the soundtrack of your own house, you should try it sometime, just not after this story, if you can help it. There is a rhythm to it. The heater kicks on with a muffled boom somewhere in the walls, air rushing through the vents with a soft, steady hiss. The fridge hums in the kitchen, a low mechanical drone you feel more than hear when everything else is quiet. Pipes tick as hot water runs through them and then cools. Outside, tires hiss on pavement. Someone's car alarm chirps in the distance. A neighbor's dog barks twice and gets told to shut up. Those sounds stack on top of each other and become the background you stop hearing, until you have a reason to care about what fills the space between them. Here is the part I think about too much. Every house, at some point in the night, takes a breath. By accident, more than design, there will be a second where everything mechanical rests at the same time. The heater finishes a cycle and shuts down. The fridge hits its temperature and the compressor clicks off. No one is running water. No one is opening a door. No car is passing by outside. You get one clean, perfect second of silence. it does not last. It never does. Something always kicks back on. A vent, a fan, a distant engine. But for that one beat, the house holds completely still. I did not notice that second before all this. Now I wait for it. Because when I think about him, whoever he was, whatever he wanted, that is when I imagine he moved. Not when the house was already loud. Not when the vents were screaming and a TV was on and we were slamming doors. If you are hiding above a family who does not know you exist, you learn the gaps. You learn that exact breath of space when their own noise stops covering yours. I picture him lying on that foam pad, listening the way I do now, counting off the sounds. Heater, fridge, car, voice, TV, heater, fridge, waiting. And then, in that one clean second, shifting his weight, dragging a blanket a little closer, crawling the last 2 inches toward the vent, getting his ear right against the slats so he could hear us better, trying out my name under his breath until it sounded right in his mouth. When the appliances hummed back to life, when the car went by, his noise would disappear inside ours again. The baby monitor was just his first microphone. We still have it. That cheap little unit that might as well have been a Ouija board for all the attention it got that night. It is in a box in the garage now, under a tangle of old chargers, dead routers, a broken DVD player. My dad labeled the box Electronics, MISC, with a Sharpie. Sometimes, when I am out there looking for something else, a tool, an old cable, I will see the corner of that box and my skin crawls. I have never opened it. I have not touched the monitor since the night I set it on the nightstand, face down, and pretended turning it off mattered. I swear I still remember exactly how that tiny speaker made my name sound. It flattened it a little, like someone stepping on a coin. The N blurred into the O. The O stretched too long, the last part clipped by static. It sounded like a stranger reading something written on a page, not like someone who knew me. That was what made it worse. Now, I am sitting in my room, writing this on an old laptop that runs hot if I push it too hard. The fan is whirring under my palms, blowing warm air onto my wrists. The light from the screen is the only illumination in here. I did not bother turning the main light on. It paints everything in that washed-out blue that makes it easy to forget how late it is until you check the clock. It is after midnight. My parents are asleep down the hall. My mom snores more than she will ever admit. My dad does that quiet, almost snore that stops just short of being loud, like his body is too tired to commit. Lily's room is across from theirs now. She has glow-in-the-dark stars on her ceiling and a nightlight that changes color. She will tell you she is not scared of the bathroom anymore, but she still closed both doors herself tonight, checking the latches with a seriousness I recognize. The heater just finished a cycle. I heard the final whoosh die off a minute ago. The fridge is in a rest phase. Its hum cut out while I was typing that last sentence. Outside, the occasional car has thinned to nothing. The dog down the street, the one that barks at everything, has either finally run out of things to protest or been pulled inside. The white noise on my phone is off right now, so I can hear the keys under my fingers. Every tap sounds too loud in the quiet. I am aware, in a way I wish I were not, that we are very close to that second. The one where the house is between breaths. There it is. The fan in my laptop spins down for a heartbeat, catching and then resuming at a slightly lower pitch. The tiny ticking sound from the hallway thermostat pauses. The refrigerator in the kitchen, 2 rooms and a wall away, stops its distant vibration. For one long, stretched-out moment, the only sound in this entire house is the tiny click of the keys as I type this sentence. And in that pocket of silence, from somewhere above the ceiling, I hear it. It is not loud. It is not dramatic. If I had music on, or if the TV downstairs was running, or if my phone was buzzing with a notification, I would miss it completely. It is only because I have learned how to listen that it gets through. A faint, dragging creak. Not the sharp pop of settling wood. Not the quick crack of temperature shift. A longer sound, like weight sliding along a board, just a few inches, then stopping. Then softer, something like fabric adjusting. A quiet, crushed sound. The kind a blanket makes when someone shifts under it and the folds rearrange themselves. My fingers freeze on the keyboard. The little plastic keycaps press into my skin and stay there because I'm not pushing down anymore. The cursor on the screen blinks at the end of the last line I wrote. Blink, blink, blink. The alarm by the front door does not beep. The sensor on the hatch does not scream. No footsteps thud in the hallway. No door opens with a soft, betraying click. If you walked past the house right now, you would see nothing different. One upstairs window glowing dull blue. A video doorbell with a little red recording light. A quiet, boring box on a quiet, boring street. In here, in this room, I am holding my breath in sync with the house again. Like I did that first night when the monitor spit my own name at me from 10 feet away. I know all the reasonable explanations. Thin wood, cold air, animals, the echo of my own pulse in my ears. I could stand up right now, rationalize it out loud, and turn the white noise back on high until the idea of that sound faded into the hiss. Instead, I sit here. The ceiling over my bed is the same cracked off-white it has always been, but I am very aware of what is above it. Plywood, insulation, wiring, beams, and in one corner, not all that far from where my head hits the pillow, an empty space shaped exactly like a foam pad, and a stolen blanket, and a flattened pillow. Empty, I tell myself. The cursor keeps blinking. I could end the story a different way for you if that makes it easier to sleep. I could tell you I got up, went into the hallway, checked the hatch, verified that everything was still locked tight. I could tell you I went outside, shined a flashlight along the roof line, saw nothing but the vent slats staring back. All of that might even be true in an hour, or in 5 minutes, or never. Right now, while I am still in this second, it is not. Right now, it is just me, the ceiling, the quiet, and the last line I have not typed yet. My laptop cursor is still blinking at the end of the sentence, waiting. I am sending you this now, before I decide whether I am going to look up and pull that cord again.